ሚዛን አብራን ማክሳም ጅምር ከታይ በሏይ ኢንተርኮንቲኔንታል ቤዚ ነው የነበረ ይሄ
Valence. Col du Pertuis is the one that's probably the trickiest, due to the fact, okay, only 632, but that one is 3.7 kilometers. Average gradient there, though, 6.6%.
Français a montré la voie hier, lui va peut-être suivre la voie, peut-être aujourd'hui, peut-être dans les jours à venir. Le natif de Nice, Clément Champoussin.
Aux côtés de Clem, direction le...
Little look back to 2021, and on this occasion, stage 10 rocked into Valence, and clad in green, on his way to winning the green jersey, Mark Cavendish controlled this sprint to perfection. Aldi Schleck. Down at the De Koning team today. De Koning, Abis in De Koning, of course, who've lost now Mathieu Van der Poel and Jesper Philipsen. Maybe a chance for Caden Groves. But just 6 in the team.
Beautiful hotel, 5 stars. Beautiful hotel, 5 stars. Unbelievable.
Wonderful. Not bad at all. Not bad at all. So then you're ready and set up for today's stage. Then, how do you change the lead out now for Caden Groves potentially now that Mathieu Van der Poel's not here?
It's not easy indeed for us. We lose our 2 leaders actually, so it's not easy to adapt. Luckily, we had a good start from the tour already, but now it's complicated, and we count on Jonas to bring Caden on the right moment in the best possible position actually.
It's a day where potentially the breakaway could go to the finish line, depending on the composition of the teams and the riders. Are you going to try and put someone in that breakaway?
Yes, indeed. We try to have there somebody who has a potential, even if it's a small chance to do something in the final as well. Because, yeah, a lot of teams are, let's say, tired already. So, for me, there's a chance that the break with Van Aert will go to the finish.
Do you think it's possible because of the rain that's forecast in the finish in Valence also has a bit of an impact?
Not really, I guess. But anyway, the parcours is not really hard today, but the bunch is tired, and when they want to go for it, they don't need a hill to go all out to the finish. So I can see, for me, it's possible that it happens.
How is Caden feeling? He's motivated and feeling ready to take on this role?
Yes, of course he's ready, but yeah, there's only one potential winner in the end. So it will not be easy, but if it was me, I would not go with Merlier and Milan to the finish.
Thank you.
Oh, lovely to see you. Well, sent on his way. And that is the temperature today, 28.9 degrees. Humidity not actually as high as it has been in the previous days, and a northerly wind. As the riders make their way to the start for the départ fictif here in Boulogne. Leibovitz in white. Lenny Martinez in the polka dots. He's currently tied on 60 points with Tadej Pogačar. I wonder whether there will be any targeting of points today. Of course, tomorrow, the majority of the points are on offer. A maximum of 80 points in the mountains jersey can be taken on stage 18. There are 3 more category climbs, and the final one, the Col de la Loze, which is the Souvenir des Gorges, has 40 points for the winner. Danny Van Poppel is a non-starter.
ናይ ለማዓንቲ ፀወታ ጎልጎል ዝበዝሓ ኮይና ኣብ ማእከል ሓንቲ ዓቐበት ኣላታ ዝበዝሕ ፀወታ ለማዓንቲ ነዞም ስፕሪንተራት
onto the radio.
بعلي بينيام زطعم عينة صوتا يزلو
7-kilometer
شير
rollout today.
سبسكرايب شير يتحمقوا لايك
Overcast
يركم باتش
conditions
يركم
greeting
تجمر
the peloton as they start to make their way. But slushies, well, they were being demanded, and no one had one. Jonas Rika has managed to get hold of one for the start today.
ጾታ ንክጅምር 6 ታሪፎም ኣሎ ቅድሚ ጾታ ምጅማሩ 6 ኪሎ ሜትር ዝኸውን ናይ መሞቆይ ብሓደ ተኣኪቦም ዝኸድዎ ነገር ኣሎ ናይ መርሰኒ ነፍሲ ማለት እዩ ድሕሪ 6 ኪሎ ሜትር ግን ጾታ ክጅምር
comes from the area where Boulogne developed, and it's the very first time that Boulogne has been wielded up on the Tour de France. But before we go on, let's take a look back to the on-board images from yesterday. They are absolutely extraordinary, some of those images, and on top of anything else, it just gives you an idea of how fast the riders are going as they climb. Frightening speeds, absolutely frightening. Past the André Blondel Dam. All benefiting from a diversion of the road between Donzère and Mondragon. André Blondel was the French physicist who it was named after. Well, the Sudan Quick Step team, they're down to 6 riders, of course. But they're going to be bouncing after yesterday's victory for Valentin Barré-Pindre. And could today be another day for Tim Merlier? You're watching stage 17 of the Tour de France, 160.4 kilometers from Boulogne to Valence. Yesterday, we saw riders really going very deep into reserves, and one of them
ناجين
really,
صوتان
really
تريريو
went
من
to the
على
well
معانتين
again
هذا بيس
and again and
حلو
again.
تريكيلو
Was
متى عباي
Thomas
بجد تاني
Gashina
كما أو
of
تريكيلو
Total Energy.
نايب حق
He
حما أواجه
was
حفلو يعني بينما
in real discomfort. He's
حجمز
had a couple of
باندور كل
days
مخاد
where he'd been struggling with his
موسى
stomach for a previous couple of
توم
days.
ساينا
Yesterday was
مهدانا
really
بستيك
hard.
خوديوم
Here's what he had to say ahead of today.
يا صوتان هجمر 4 شو من تكليمات
Well,
فريفور
Thomas, we were sad for you yesterday, all the tears and this sad face. How are you feeling this morning?
Ouais, ça va un peu mieux, franchement.
I'm feeling a bit better. I really hope that nobody has to live what I experienced yesterday. I suffered from food poisoning during the rest day on Monday, had the worst rest day ever, had no strength at all, and I thought, how am I going to be able to race the day after? I really hope that it would not be too fast until the bottom of Mont Ventoux, but in the end, it just never stopped. I had no strength. So when it was going fast on the climbs, I was having a real crisis. I was on my own 100 kilometers from the finish, and I thought it would be really, really long. Fortunately, I did have the team around me. I had Lilia Le Breton and Marvin in the car, and they were encouraging me all the way. They gave me the energy I needed to finish the stage, and that with all of the supporters on Mont Ventoux, that helped me too. Did you think about giving up at any point? How did you handle that? Well, you go through a number of emotions. Sometimes I felt that I couldn't do it. At the bottom of Ventoux, I was 20 minutes behind everyone. Enter this break, Kasper Askelin from EF. His team has been strong. Ben Healy and all the others. Kasper Askelin in the break and the winner in Valence.
Die 17. Etappe dieser Tour de France.
17th stage of the Tour de France. Team Merlier. Why? Jonathan Milan and his team are desperate for points and for the green jersey. Tim Merlier knows he doesn't really have to do anything except be on Jonathan Milan's wheel at the right moment. Then Merlier will win the sprint. Only risk factor is the wind in the Rhone Valley. It can be strong at times, otherwise 100% sprint with the winner, Tim Merlier.
Ansonsten 100% Sprint. Tim Merlier wird der Etappensieger sein.
Stage number 17 of the Tour de France will be won by Jonathan Milan from Little Trick. It's maybe the last real sprint stage of this year's Tour de France. He still has the whole team around him except of Schelmusse, but the leader train for Little Trick is still there. We have two really, really hard mountain stages coming up, so I don't think a breakaway will go to the finish line today. The sprinter teams will take control. Jonathan Milan will win. Forza Johnny.
Well, like Steve, Anders sees a breakaway going all the way to the line today. He picks Kasper Askelin as well. Yip goes for Wout van Aert, while all the others chose Tim Merlier. So here's who's in the jerseys today. Tadej Pogacar's in yellow. He should also be in polka dots, but today that's Lenny Martinez. And then Jonathan Milan is in green with a fragile lead over Tadej Pogacar in the points jersey. Florian Lipovitz remains in white. Just over a kilometre left for these riders to make their way.
To pull in down towards the start. And at the finish line, what on earth is this? Rain. And it's falling quite heavily down in Valence. Really have had a mixture of weather conditions throughout this Tour de France. It has
إذا
Lots of chat going on amongst those in the bulletin. We are ready to get underway in stage 17. Let's hand over to our commentators, Brian Smith.
هم حساب السيف صراحة.
Course, that's Billy Mays doesn't have quite the support that he would ordinarily have. And the Movistar squad, who did so much today to make yesterday's stage a real thrill, on the first to launch the first meaningful attack of this 17th stage. Ivan Romeo, the national road race champion of Spain, and typically busy effort from him as we start on a little bit of a rise. I think it's fair to say the expectation is that we are going to have a sprint today. Having said that, it is the Tour de France, and you've got all that is up there. Done a terrific job yesterday. Fred Wright over the left hand for they'd be interesting for House. Was it been the last sprints? Would you want to risk it from a breakaway if you have a sprint for it? Yeah, this is the last chance on paper for a full-on sprint, and I think too much pressure on these teams that they want to sprint. And normally, when you get that Tour de France, when a lot of teams want their sprints, they get a sprint. Kate Groves speaking in advance of today's 17th stage, the answer to König man said the best chance that he's got for a sprint is the fact that, or his best chance at a victory for him today is the fact that Jonathan Milan's team are likely to want it. That's Cleveland Trek, also Tim Berliner's team, Soudal Quickstep, looking for success for the squad. This is Tour de France, and there are one or two other teams as well that are fully invested in this, and Kate Groves to increase his tally of Grand Tour stage victories to 10 with amazing success in France today. But you know what, Declan? The fact that we're both not here releases a couple other. And I see you have the cap on. Can you reveal is it the Darrow helmet today? It's a bit cooler temperature today, so I think it's not to go Darrow. That means one thing, doesn't it? I don't know. Some people say it does. What are your thoughts about the stage test? Because obviously you showed in the Giro this year, you showed in the Tour 3 years ago that you are able with colleagues to put the equipment. Yeah, I think it's going to be difficult. We remember how the shootout is also motivated for a sprint. And so you really need some points for the green jersey, of course, in the competition against Tade. So I think it's going to be difficult, but I think there's no reason not to do that. I said before, you've done it twice. What is the recipe, the secrets? What things do you do to really have it? Most importantly, you need a good group that willing to work together and really commit and not play around. I think I know what to go back for.
طبعا تعرف كنتي اللي قال له دمسي الزنابي وزهرم زنو كورس نظام نحكي نقاس أين خلنا عند نباي نبنيها ግን ብዝመፅ ናይ ድምፂ ክፍላይ ሁኔታ ቢኒ ኣጆኻ ቢኒ ኢልኩም ኮመንት ፃሓፉ ኢሎም መዓልትናትና እያ
Second place success in a row. A little while for them to get victory in this particular one. It's a horse. It's a really strong run. I think that's going to be a squad, but it's something a little bit special. Just maybe I didn't quite manage to link that with this move, and it's going to be a long chase, and clearly the education is close down, and that's our score. Goes first by that time.
كنت قبل الفوت كان حكي لي ها هذا مش كبير ولا لا
الناس دور ولا تأكل بس هي ده سبيكر يا عيال سبيكر إيش كانت مثلين
تجاربنا في كل تجاربنا في كل
ضرب مثلي على بنت زوجي
ክቡራት ተኸታተልቲ ምስናይ ይቕሬቱ ምስ ዝናብ እዩ ቁጣ ያሸጊርና ዘሎ እዚ ከዓ ምስ ባህራዊ ናይ ፈጣሪ ወልሓንቲ ክንገብሮ ንኽእል ኢና ቁርጡ ያሸጊርና ስለ ዘሎ ተፀሚምና ብትዕዝብቲ ንከታተል ብዝተኻእለና መጠን ክነመሓሽ ክንፍትን ኢና ዝኾነ ርእይታታት እንተለኩም ከዓ ኣቕርቡልና ፀሓፉልና ላይክ ሳብስክራይብ ሼር ድማ ይትሕመቑ
chances of winning are not that great. It's not strong. So why would Israel Premier Tech do that? It's because sprinters don't always winning, but you have to put them in a chance of winning.
Four-man breakaway is making progress. They're making hay while the sun shines, and it's a little bit cloudy and overcast, so the old cliche doesn't necessarily apply, but they're racing clear, and clearly the likes of Beetle Trek. Simona Consoni on the front, so you'll have a job to do later on. That's the plan at any rate. Jonathan Milan nestling in the wheels at the moment. In that green jersey with a reduced advantage over Tadej Pogacar, who's going to go for a remarkable thing, actually. He is currently in the top three of all three major classifications. Indeed, he's leading two of them. Yellow jersey is also the leader now by a narrow margin of the mountains classification, and he's closing in on the green jersey of Jonathan Milan. So Milan knows he needs to score today. It's an intermediate sprint, maybe points behind the breakaway and at the finish line that he has today. So there's a big project for Milan to try and increase his advantage as Tadej Pogacar holds it off. What will be a remarkable achievement, the first time that anyone has done those three major classifications since 1969. Great Eddie Merckx celebrated his birthday a few days ago.
Well, that's why this stage is so important for Milan. From what we've seen, he's failed to gain any kind of points over the last few days. This is a big stage because you never know what's going to happen in Paris. So take Paris out of the equation. The chances of a breakaway in the penultimate stage, I think, are pretty good. Mount stages, he's got slim pickings of the points going on what I've seen so far. So he'll want very few riders to go in front today, so he can pick points in the intermediate and with a chance of getting more at the end.
How delayed is that, Rick?
Yeah, that was Zach before the fault, because what he's saying is, and he's totally right there, with the fact that I would say Askren as well, if he was there, he could go to the finish. Abrahamson, what they're saying is he can go to the finish. If he can go, what Laurence has to do is, and I was about to say it, he has to go closer. Look, he has to go having a wee chat with each other.
Casper.
Yeah, but he has to get closer for them to slow up and let him on. Looks like the peloton are only giving him 2.5 minutes, so I reckon if Laurence gets to
ክቡራት ተዓዘብትና ከም ዝሪኦ ዘለና ቢንያም ንዛ ዓባይ ጋንታ እዩ ዘሎ
He's a little bit let him on. There's another rider to help. That would be, I think, if I was in a breakaway, the intelligent thing to do. But you don't sit up at the moment because you don't want to lose 57 seconds.
It's quite clever from the bunch at the moment because by setting up at 2.5 minutes instead of giving them 3 or 4 or 5, then it means that Laurent says
they're less likely he's going to be successful. Also, the case is we see all the time, just within teams recognise it's a lot easier for riders riding at the front of the peloton to keep it at 2.5 to 3 minutes because they ride steadily. Because if they increase it to kind of 4 minutes, 5 minutes, then you actually give yourself a harder job to do in the final because you have to ride faster. So you can ride up. A lot of these riders, we know that Tim de Klerk is doing it, Julian Vermont did it in the past. These riders train to do that. They train at riding at a kind of threshold that they're comfortable with for 3 or 4 hours.
Yeah, the difference between their fifth gear and their third gear is vanishingly small, but they can sit at a really, really high wattage at which is just at a level that they can maintain until Tuesday fortnight. Yeah,
you put them in a race scenario in the end. You get them to race for the end. You put a Tim de Klerk.
What was that race in Belgium? Les Samines, and
he was there in the
rode
final.
Yeah. Oh my God.
And he just didn't have that punch in the end. He just didn't have that acceleration because it was going above what he was capable of doing.
Yes. I mean, a stunning professional and amazing. He's with the Little Trek squad.
I think
This race, of course.
Everybody's willing him on.
Yeah.
He's never won such a popular rider riding on the front where everybody's willing to win. But when you ride at that level and then you have to go above that level, that's where these riders don't train for that. And it's the same with lead outs. People talk to me about lead outs. A lead out is different from a sprinter. Some people go from sprinters to lead outs and can't do it, but a lead out is a totally different effort. You know, they're kind of bringing it up to speed and they're doing it for maybe about 500 meters and they have to get kind of faster towards the end to launch this. So it's a whole
different kinds of lead out, aren't there? There are the 5K down to 3 or 2, and there's the ones that take it up in the final kilometre and then the final lead out. I mean, I suppose poster boy over the last few years has been Michael Morku, now retired Michael Morku, and he was not an exceptional sprinter in his own right, but he was the best lead out man for many a long year. Again, so it's good news for Jonas Ricard. He's got a job to do today for Kate Groves, going for a maiden Tour de France stage success, all being well, and then coming down to that sprint as expected. Certainly they're on target at the moment. It's 2.5 minutes advantage for you. 4 out front. I saw Laurent's potentially in a Charles situation. He's struggling to get within a minute of the 4 out front, so he'll keep plowing away best he can. And Van Aert, of course, has tasted glory in the past. Second in the group stage already in this year's Tour de France. Wout van Aert is, I'm not sure if I saw on his socials that he's announced that he's going for the sprint today. So we caught up with Van Aert just ahead of the start.
Well, what's the plan for the team today? Today it looks like it's could be a sprint, but also a strong possibility of the break, especially the way this race has been run.
Yeah, it's true. I think before the tour, I always saw this as a sprint day, but yeah, with some sprinters out, like Philipsen, especially, there's maybe less team trying to control. So yeah, if it's racing, I want to be up there. But as a team, for sure, we also looking to the mountains that are coming the next days.
And then, how are you feeling after the last 2 stages? You still got that hunger to try and sense opportunity?
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I've been there on every stage that suited me. Didn't work out yet, but yeah, if today, like I said, turns out to be harder, maybe a bit uncontrolled, then I might have a chance.
And just what is your assessment of the way that this tour has been raced? Because it seems it's just getting faster and faster and faster. How do you look at that?
Yeah, it's insane. Like yeah, I start to feel old when I say things like that. That it's faster and faster because yeah, I need to have to deal with the circumstances. But yeah, stage like yesterday again. Yeah, in the blink of an eye, we were on the bottom of the Mont Ventoux. So yeah, it also gets more complicated to make a big gap with
enthusiastic about his chances today. If it is a choppy day, if it is an aggressive day, he might just pull back the energy resources of some of the A-list sprinters, and that sort of moves Van Aert into contention. But these are currently sitting, and the pattern as it's currently developing, well, it's very much a strong situation for the big sprinters in the peloton. Right through the list, it's getting closer to the end of the day, but just take on more of the likes of Jonathan Milan. Stage on a couple of second places already for the green jersey holder with the middle track spot. Of course, a couple of stage victories for Tim Miller, the European road race champion. Knows this race, knows how to win like almost no one else. And the Soudal Quick Step squad, as Brian has already said, reduced complications for them. The departure of Remco Evenepoel means they're not in a general classification chase scenario, so they don't have to reserve riders to protect a GC favourite. So Tim Miller will have the full resources of a slightly reduced lineup. They have a total of 6 riders, 5 available to do what they can for Tim Miller today. Plenty of other riders mentioned. Kate Groves as well. Dylan Groenewegen, can he really evoke glories? Statistically the most successful Tour de France sprinter in this field. Anna de Mar has been to the sprint in Valence in the past and has managed a top 3 finish. We mentioned the likes of Pascal Ackermann looking for a maiden Tour stage success. I can run and run, and we will mention all the sprinters as we run through the day. But it's been
ክቡራት ተዓዘብቲ ንኩሉ ሰብ ንክባፃሕ ሼር ግብሩ ተሓባበሩና
Yeah, and you hear from Wout van Aert there that he's got a job to do over the next couple of days as well. So for him to get himself in a breakaway, tire himself out, that was never going to happen. That Wout was going to get himself up there. I don't think he's going to risk anything. I don't know if Yip is listening to us or listening to TNT. She picked Wout van Aert. I don't think he'll be there in the sprint either. I don't think he'll risk anything at all. They know that Jonas is back. He had a little bit kind of dip in the middle. He wasn't as good as Pogacar. Didn't look as good, but he did look good yesterday, Vingegaard. So I think they are all hands to the pump over the next 2 days. They'll go out and they need the whole team to be able to try and kind of deliver something. So, you know, the tactics of Visma and Liesberg were, especially with me, very questionable what they were trying to do. Just wasting a lot of energy.
Just in the first week in particular, the second week?
Yeah, just right at the front. And, you know, guys going in the breakaway, trying for stages, all that sort of stuff. It seemed to have changed a little bit. I would say maybe after yesterday as well, that they want total lockdown. Because we never saw Victor Campenaerts up here to the front. We saw Wout van Aert, but that was just kind of placing things. That was just making sure. So I really do think that they've changed after what happened in the stage yesterday. Because Vingegaard looked quite good. Yeah.
Potentially did even better than Tadej Pogacar. Now, in fairness to Pogacar, he did, of course, finish a couple of seconds ahead with a nice little sprint finish up that finishing little round. But the two of them, Pogacar has a new course record on to a new hill record, 1 minute 4 seconds quicker than even Neo's record. And Jonas Vingegaard, of course, has the second best time now. It was a stunning performance, but of the two, I thought that maybe Jonas Vingegaard looked a tiny bit better.
From what I can see, like it's already there in the front and the start to pull soon. So let's regroup and remember, eat and drink. Next 2 days are gonna be much harder.
Okay, regroup. It's all about the sprint today. Potentially, next voice you're going to hear is great Carlton Kirby. He's joined us in the commentary position to review what's happened and what's likely to happen today. Review and preview. Carlton Kirby.
Well, thank you, Declan. And greetings, Brian Smith. Good to see you. Brian's got his knees out. Knee problems in any regard. Least of all, he's displaying a magnificent talent. Actually, to be fair, he looks slightly over-toasted. I don't know what he's been. Maybe there are sunbed. It's been raining. What's going on? Just not had time to have a wash. Just been so busy with Carlton. No, I live in the London area in Bromley. It's
Sure enough.
I was in Greece a couple of times earlier. So I had a few days.
A new job.
Yeah, I was rocking my white suit. But the thing is,
That was the
I spent a few days.
That was Saturday
I
Night
know,
Fever, but anyway,
I know, but yeah, that was a black leather jacket then. So, so I was thinking about where I was, but I was in the garden for a few days just before this race because we did have some really nice temperatures in London.
John Travolta, can we call you that? Meanwhile, look inside the peloton. This is what Palmer are rocking during this race. Oh dear. Do you know, I feel sorry for Axel Rolls.
Yeah, he's not going to make it.
He's not going to make it. 2 minutes and 15. Axel, give it up. Yeah, missed the moment. It was just one of those things. Do love a Cypress tree. You know, we're coming through the Rhone area. Best wine region in all of France, bar none. Agree?
I'm not a French wine fan, although I've had a Côte de Rhône, which I quite enjoyed, and I tried to sample, and I think you've helped me when we were on site, sample different wines in the area. But there are a couple, I forget where I was at the time, but there was a couple I really enjoyed. But when I go into a shop, I don't really go for French wines.
Well, Gigondas is one that you should really try from this part of the world. It's absolutely amazing. You see, Brian loves meaty wines and
Strong.
The great thing about this area is it was the first infiltrated by the Romans, and they brought largely the ancient grapes, indeed the ancient vines from Italy. So all those meaty wines you love, they're right here. So yeah, the Gigondas is absolutely lovely. It's the southern Rhone. That's where we're playing with at the moment. And to be honest, the grapes, Grenache, Syrah, these are all grapes that you know.
I like Grenache. Do you know what I'm going to ask next, being a Scot?
What's that? How much? Yeah. Well, it's not cheap, but
Yeah, well, that's what put me off.
But I tell you what, though, if you're talking a bottle around about €10, this is.
Oh, €10, I can do that.
This is bang in your ballpark, and you're going to be getting that. Yeah. So there we are. You know, thin burgundies. Forget them. This
I don't like it. I don't like a wine you can see through.
Gigondas. There you go. Just for you. Meanwhile, back to the helicourse. Still a four-man, and Axel Rolls has pulled the pin.
Oh, happy
That's it.
birthday.
Thank you very much. Oh, today, oh bless her. Look at that. Rarer than a unicorn angel. I think she's vibing with both of those looks. Good for her.
And Daddy never even put her name down. What are we going to call her?
Unicorn angel? Maybe her name is Angel Unicorn. Well, 23.7 kilometres to go to an intermediate sprint. There's going to be some points on the road, and will Milan finally get it right and pick those up? Got it wrong yesterday.
He's not had the legs for a few days. He's really struggled.
Just got the two.
Yeah, but I think he will be better today. And the team riding straight away in the front, it was always going to happen. And you see Paddy Panther up there. I don't know how much help he's going to give today because he's such a. I think he's the smallest rider in the race, isn't he?
Paddy Panther, really?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't know. I think we can find some smaller. I'll make it my mission. I mean, Lenny Martinez, to be honest. If you like the look of him, pick him up, put him in your pocket, take him out.
I'm going to look at that.
All right. Barry Panther. He is very skinny. I think he's taller than Lenny Martinez, by the way. Going to be speaking to Dawn Usoft in a short while. One of the greats, of course. Now, extraordinarily busy, and yeah, I've actually been sitting in with him on a couple of occasions in the Arctic race, where Tour has been in the seat that Brian's in right now. It's a very different experience.
Valentine, Paddy Panther, and Martinez are both 52 kilos. Yeah, but who's taller? See, that's where you're getting it. I think you'll find that Valentin is taller than Lenny. But we're running a book on this. Let's hear from Tor.
What's the ideal scenario for you guys? Because you've got guys who can go in the breakaway and win from the breakaway. We've already seen that already. But what about Stefan Freiheim? How's he feeling?
Oh, he feels good. So we have one scenario is that Magnus Kort or Jonas Abrahamsen up the road, and the other let them just sit in the bunch, save energy, and go for the sprint.
Do you think it's possible? I mean, can he outgun that with those two climbs? He can beat those sprinters come the finish.
I mean, he have a big potential. He's a young kid, but I think he's on a good day. He can finish top 3, top 5, and also when you're that close, things turns out perfectly. He can win. But our biggest chance today, I guess, is from a breakaway.
Tell me about Magnus Kort, because he's been suffering with illness in the early part of this tour. Fingers crossed, he's feeling better now into week 3.
Yeah, he's much better. We can see him yesterday. He supported Tobias up Momentum for a bit, and he's back in the game. And we're going to see more to him today and on stage 20 and on the last in Paris. So 3 more chances for Magnus.
Plenty of opportunity for him. Thanks, Tom.
I do like Torsoft. And he's scary, but I really like him. Yeah, talking about starting Fleetheim, he'll be the default choice now. The Van Schultz, of course, is no longer part of the race. So yeah, sprint options being shaken about today. Marijn van den Berg, no sign of him. Danny van Poppel today as well has indeed exited the race because his wife's had a baby. Congratulations to them. Jasper Philipsen not here. Danny van der Poel not here. Quite a few not here's, including Brian Kokar. So the sprint options do start to open up just a smidgen, don't they?
Yeah, they always do. You know, we still have obviously Tim Merlier, Benjamin Germay, Phil Barhaus, Jordemeus, Melancy, Penowitz, Groves, Dainese, Groenewegen, DeMar, DeLee. Free time could try and get up there as Torstead, you know, Young Rider, Bittner, Ballerini, Reynard, but it's a very long list.
You forgot the gherkins and the milk at the bottom of it.
Yeah, I did, but I just, you know, highlighted a few that I thought, right, there's too many here that think that they could possibly win. If you've got a sprinter, sit to Declan, if you've got a sprinter, what are you going to say to him? You know, why are you here? To sprint, right? So we want a sprint today. We want you to be able to sprint today, irrelevant of what performances you've done in the past, because you can always pop up with a famous victory. You never know. It can be a bit of a lottery, but Torren and myself go away, but I had a little bit of a kind of beef with him about 10, 12 years ago when we were at a meal just before the Braveheart Fund dinner on the Friday night, and he was there, and I proposed to my partner, and he was actually filming it, right? He was probably the only person that actually got his phone out and started filming it. His wife went to him, "What are you doing? This is a private moment, put the phone away." So he sent me the video that he had, and it stopped before the most important moment.
Well, it's his fault.
Yeah, it was. I told him it was. You should have kept filming. Don't listen to the wife.
Well, we've still got 20 kilometres to go before we get to our intermediate sprints. Everyone's chomping at the bits in the size-off between your exact words were smallest rider in the peloton is Perry Blanchard, and I said I don't think he is, because when smallest, and I said I thought that Lenny Martinez was that person. Now Ryan's done some research, and they are both exactly the same weight, and I then said, so in that case, who's taller? And who's taller?
Yeah, but Tom Steele has just messaged me to say that he actually, at the start of this race, Valentin Parapanta was actually 51 kilos.
You can't admit defeat, can you? I mean, it was a dogged determination of the way he used to ride.
I'm sticking with it. Valentin Parapanta, he went up that climb yesterday with virtually no weight. He flew up that climb, but so did Ben Healy, so did Pogacar, so did Vingegaard. But
Shame
for a good couple of days.
Shame Henrik Mast because he was.
I felt sorry for him, to be honest with you. He's not at his best, and
Not just for him, he was 250 to 1.
was he? Well, you must have been crying then.
Anyway, back to this. Here is the most diminutive man in the boat. Officially. Well, do you know, we've got a treat coming up for you. We've got Alan Blythe on the bike. So we barely mentioned it. Declan said that to me. I was actually surprised he's in the team. I thought they would have maybe gone with a different option. I was there in the Tour of Hellas in Greece, and he was getting beat but quite easily by Moschetti. He just wasn't. Although he got thirds in the Dutch Championships, I still don't think he showed the form. But then again, you never know. He's done it in the past. He's probably the most achieved rider in Tour de France come stages. And if he's done it once, you give him that opportunity. You know, look at the amount of people that put Mark Cavendish down. Why are you bringing Mark to the Tour de France to win? He's not going to win, and he did. So maybe it's that mentality that he's won in the past. Hopefully he can win again, but he's just off at the moment. And it was noticeable. Yesterday we're in commentary. I said, well, this is not what a lot of teams want. The lockdown from UAE Team Emirates, and then Jaco Alula started the attacks, and then Movistar came up. But Jaco Alula missed it. There were only two teams missed out yesterday. One was Jaco Alula, and one was Decathlon. Never put anybody in that big group. But like I said to Declan right from the start, you got to be in it to win it. Groenewegen is still in this race and still has a potential opportunity today. Well, this is the Tour de Chavarret. We are, of course, on the Tour de France. Great outpost. Somebody with a, do you know what? I thought it was he's looking at us. A monk's habit, but binoculars. No, he's basically filming us, filming him, filming us, filming him, filming us. I remember that. Well, we're getting the double elbows. The call for somebody to do something as part of this chase, but it's expanding. I like this. This is nice. VTT Tour de France came through here long time ago now. Gosh. Yes, indeed. The mountain bike Tour de France, and we played with some of these little peaklets around here, and some of these little squeeze-through areas where front doors open straight onto the road. They used to fire a klaxon before we came through, and the reason was, of course, they didn't want anyone opening the doors and stepping out, because they didn't. I don't think they had quite the security levels that we have here. So there was no pre-riders. So basically, you had a guy with an air horn going up the road who was also the cameraman, and trying to stop people from just coming out of their front doors. So yeah, spectacular. An ancient tower with surely what can't have been an ancient clock, but I think that was probably put on afterwards. But anyway, yeah, I was just looking back at Dylan Groenewegen and see what he's been up to. He went well, of course, in the Alula Tour, which is where he's sponsored, and I imagine that the Alula. He never won, no. Well, he got 3 top 5s, 2 runners-up spots, but you're absolutely right. He didn't. A sprinter is judged on wins. He came good after your Hellas in Hungary. Got himself a stage win, and then of course in Slovenia he got a couple, but that's no Tour de France. National champs, he was 3rd, not 4th, and since he's been here, best result 13th. So he hasn't appeared on any of my top 10s on my Kirby codec. The hammer's not working, so they're not going to ring the bell in the helicopter. I saw some swinging bells earlier. Did you see them at the start? Some swinging bells. I saw them. He's still looking at us. What, the guy who's filming us, filming him? It's a long film. Very long film. He needs to just stop looking at a television screen in life and just, I mean, those of you at home, please carry on looking at the television screen. But when you're out and about and stuff's happening, just look at it. For goodness sake. Nice gin terrace on that building down there.
It's nice round too. Oh, it's gorgeous, isn't it? And when you see the sort of cut half pipe roof tiles, you know you're in southern France. We're going to hear from Stephen de Jong in a short while. I'm wondering how much insight we're going to get into how they buffed it up yesterday. In what way? Jonathan Milan not getting up for the intermediate sprint, stopped for a break, then went on the attack on his own. It all looked a bit forlorn. And he's done that plan. Yeah, he's done that a few days, hasn't he? To mess up a group like that, he was there. I just think he's been wasting a lot of energy, and he's looking tired. He's planning it all at the wrong time. Yep, wrong time. But you have to say that, you know, you look at some of the other teams that missed out, Decathlon and Jingle Lula. Jingle Lula started it and then missed out in that big breakaway. So I just think it doesn't matter if you've got a tired sprinter, you give him a chance. I love it when Brian says, you started it. How many times have I heard that? Let's hear from De Jong.
Stephen de Jong, yesterday there was a lot of questions asked as to why were you not trying to put Jonathan Milan in a position at Châteauneuf-du-Pape to take some points at that intermediate sprint. What was the reason? Why not?
Well, the reason was basically there were 3 guys away, and then Bobby stopped for a urine break, as did Johnny. But Bobby was finished a bit early, and by the time Johnny was not back, they started attacking again in front. So that was the reason.
A big mistake, a big loss as well, because Tadej Pogačar's closed the gap to 11 points now in that green jersey competition, which I know Jonathan Milan and the team are really focused on, and today's another good opportunity to take points.
Yes, correct. So we will try to get points again in the intermediate and at the finish maximum.
Have you been doing the calculations for the remaining stages of what's possible?
The calculation was consuming my whole rest day, so yes, we did some calculations. Yeah.
What did the calculations come out with? I mean, minus the points that you could have had yesterday but didn't get.
Oh, and basically we were counting also turning points for today, yesterday, so that was a win. So yeah, you can do a lot of calculations, but in the end you have to take the points. And yesterday was really unfortunate, and we started it. So today we have to do a catch-up again.
Tell me about today's stage then. What can we expect? Because on paper it's a head-to-head between Jonathan Milan and Tim Verlier.
Yeah, no, I will expect we get more help to have a bunch sprint today from other teams, because it's the last chance for the sprinters. After that, they have 2 days in the mountains, so nothing to gain there for the sprinters. So yeah, and also I think it's a big help that Evenepoel went home, so Melier has a team for him now, and so I think we will have some help today.
Thanks very much. Best of luck.
Alan Walker asking some difficult questions there. Insightful and good. But you know, I really feel for likes of Steve de Jong when he knows they're coming, these questions, and you can see the smile just starting to add just ever so slightly, and then it has to get down to business. But in the end, he was quite open about it. Missed opportunities, Brian. They can't afford those. There's very few days where, quite frankly, they're going to be able to hold Pogačar in abeyance with a higher ground to come. Yes, we've got an early sprint, reasonably early today. We'll be there in 13 Ks. Another one tomorrow comes even earlier. Another one the day after comes even earlier. Milan's going to have to be on his mettle to take all of those, then get through the mountains and do something in Paris.
It does.
It's a bit different to when we covered the Giro d'Italia with Mads Pedersen. He was just killing everything. He rode that to perfection to get the Cyclamina jersey. It hasn't been the case here. Okay, Stephen de Jong admitted that when the yellow jersey stops for a natural break, you automatically think stop for a natural break, but maybe you have to think about what's important. You know what I mean? You could get pushed. We're not hanging around. Average pace today is well up there once again. So we're looking inside the belt, and Palmer's steed yet again. But I can tell you the average, actually sort of moderately knocked back. 45.1. We got 44.7? There we are, around 45 kilometres an hour is what we are pacing at today. Meanwhile, here's a young man doing well. Meanwhile, doing well for millenniums or centuries. And do you know why this is so unspoiled, right? No. I think I'm going to notice it. Because if you look around, it's an ancient chateau with lots of, indeed, wine production. And every army that's been through here, if they're winning, they want to celebrate. They don't bomb the chateau. You know, they want what's in the cellar, quite frankly. And so, very ancient wine areas generally least scarred by war because the victors want to celebrate. Okay, this is a question for you, wine expert. What is room temperature? What's cellar room temperature? Well, you just said it. Room temperature's got nothing to do with a centrally heated 1960s Twinker-built house temperature with radiators. Room temperature is how your wine should come out of a cellar in a castle. So actually quite chilly, you might say. I would probably say about 15 Celsius. And what would you say? I thought it'd be a little bit less than that. Maybe around about 12ish, but 15. That's summer stay in Scotland, so I'll take that. Yeah, there you go. So when it says room temperature, don't stick it on a radiator like my cousin John Barclay, brother-in-law, I should say. What are you doing, John? Well, you can do it at my house because the radiators aren't on. Did it at my wedding reception. I bought some really beautiful wines. He went, "That's not warm enough." Stuck it on the radiator. John, it's a perfect temperature, man. Anyway, there you go. There's a woman on the side of the road there who was very happy to see Lidl out front, but she was running after pointing as if to say, "Where's my discount code for the leaf blower in the middle aisle?" Or something along those lines. We're tacking along to this intermediate sprint. 33 k's an hour on this false flat. We're climbing largely through this sprint. In fact, we're climbing much of the next 20 k's before we get to a little peaklet down into a valley, and then we'll have the first categorized climb of the day. It's a bit uppy downy, right? It's not pan flat, is it? No, and the other thing about this area, because we've been there quite a few times before, when it opens up, especially when it comes towards Ballons and the finish, it can be pretty windy. The run in towards the finish, there could be some crosswinds and some other sections that run in towards that. But yeah, you can see by its topography, it's rolling. Well, this is Capgemini. Well, we're going to be joining Sir Adam of Blythe in a short while. Captain Blythe, of course, was the mutiny on the Bounty, I think. It was, wasn't it? I believe so. There we are. Thanks to Captain Bounty. He's got a bounty in his back pocket. It's a you were bounty sailor. Coconut fondant covered in chocolate. Much bit. Plain chocolate version. But anyway, let's go for something equally as sweet. And here are the thoughts of Adam Blythe. Okay, guys, we've got 34 kilometres covered. We're just going through the feed zone right now, so all the directors may be grabbing a feedback if the riders haven't taken it. But interesting this morning, I was speaking to some of the riders and directors, questioning what they thought would be the day of today. Is it going to be a sprint? Is it going to be a breakaway? We've got our answer. The breakaway's out front of what everyone thought was true. That Beetle Trek would try and take control.
ክቡራት ተዓዘብትና እዚ ንሪኣ ዘለና ዛታ ዓባይ ጋንታ እያ ኩላ ተወጣጢራ እያ ጠጠው ኢላ ዘላ ሓንሳብ
ኣልፍሲ ነዛ ጋብ ከፅዋ ዝደለዩ ዝመስሉ ናይ ብሓቂ ፅቡቕ ዝተገብሩ ተዋሂዶም እዮም ዝሰርሑ ዘለዉ ኣፍኮርስ ከምዚ ክሃድሙ ከለዋ ከምዚ ዓይነት ፀወታ እቶም ዓበይቲ ክለባት እንታይ እዮም ዝገብሩ ብዙሕ ናይ ዝሃድም ሰብ ራብሻ መታን ክጎዩ መታን ከይውዕሉ ዝኾነት ግሩፕ ይሰድዋ እሞ ንሕራይት እታ ግሩፕ ካብ ናቶም ዘላቶም ርሕቀት እንዳሓለዉ እዮም ዝኸዱ ሕጂ ከዓ ሆፕፍሊ ምዛ ሃዲማ ዘላ ጉጅለ ከምኡ እንዳሓለዉ እዮም ክኸዱ መታን 10 ግዜ ሰብ ካብ እንዳሃደም ከሸጎሮም ካብ ዘውዕል ነዚኣ ሰዲዶም እቲ ግዜኦም እንዳሓለዉ እዮም ዝኸዱ ሕጂ ኦፍኮርስ ናይ ተዳቕ ስለ ዘሎ كيتصابت كيجرح حتى كنت له أب سلسلة ناجور واقع اليوم كسب داب السبرينت بوصح مالك أب سبرينت مش بوصح بن مودة تاخد بويا مالك زبزح جديد لهم عبيت كلابات بجبرو تريك كومي انت ماشي بالحريف يمدلو خسان حجي هوفلي يعرفهم يوعلو خونهم أبكنا مودة تا حاجز مكان كجبرو حجي تلتل من جمع يبنو خون يعرفهم وعلمو تمودة تا نبيني أم حاجز تجيهم له معنا طبق كستاين عقد ورا تغطاتلتي لايك سبسكرايب لنا قبلكم هو ناب عبيس channel سلزو هنا نتبعكم أي فرينا
كل خبازح شير قورو لك عبيتي تاباتشي ترسعوه سبسكرايب باتشي لا قدرنا نغيد
لايك لا قوركم
نما مقازا
Sometimes I feel that he just gets his own approach wrong. Do you think he actually needs somebody around him, fellow countrymen, of course, people Ghana, just to sort of remind him how he needs to go? And some riders, they like it very definitive, don't they? They kind of, they want to be told exactly what to do all the time. They're not freestyle. They're not free. They don't go freelance very well. They like a structure. Yeah, they do. But if you remember last year, he was just killing it. He was just winning everything. You saw in the Giro d'Italia, he was absolutely amazing. Just, so fast. He's come to the Tour de France with, I think, that in mind. I couldn't believe when he won, and we found out that it was 2019 since Italy last won the Tour. Yesterday we had the first French winner in this race. They're talking about Mas becoming the first until he was caught towards the end as the first Spanish. We wouldn't normally be talking about that in Tour de France.
French haven't done well, the Italians, the Spanish. But yeah, look, it's a litany of Latins that you're talking about. Yeah, but when I was marking off the sprinters this morning, Carlton, and there's so many riders missing. But I've marked off quite a few sprinters which have already been through. If you've got a sprinter in your team, this is your last chance. So what's the point of you have the sprinter, you want to give them a chance. And I said to Declan, there's too many teams with a sprinter that want to give them a chance today. It was going to be a sprint all day long.
Of course, Captain
Declan's looking really chipper. I think he's probably hit the veggie bar. He looks quite breezy and ready to rejoin us for the remainder of the day. No, I think he nipped out and got some local red wine, which is, I think he's tried. Thanks, Carlton. And thanks, Brian. Anything exciting happened since I went away? Looks as if it's a steady Eddie all the way to the intermediate sprint. Peloton controlling nicely. Our four riders up front in the lead are going to try and use as little energy as possible, save as much energy as possible, while expending significant amounts of energy in pursuit of stage-winning glory. Just got the back end of that conversation. It is interesting, isn't it? There has been such a shift in the balance of power in world cycling in recent years. As you mentioned, we've had to wait 6 long years, really, for an Italian win until Jonathan Milan took his moment of glory on stage 8 into Laval. I suppose, Mayan, can he repeat that one? And Enric Mas not quite able to deliver a first stage win for Spain since 2020. I guess that was the last one, wasn't it? A couple of years ago. Yeah, so many of the established nations, as you say, struggling to to deliver the success. First French victory of Tour de France 2025 coming yesterday with Valentin Paris-Pontres. A beautiful, beautiful victory. It really was one for the ages, one to savour, wasn't it, on Mont Ventoux. Huge moment for France in their history, but slim pickings in relative terms for a nation that dominated this race for such a long time.
When you look at it, right, you got Belgium, the Netherlands, Belgium, Slovenia, Belgium, Ireland, Slovenia, Italy, Belgium, Great Britain, Norway, Slovenia, the Netherlands, Belgium.
It's just the Low Countries, Western and Northern Europe. Yeah. Pulling out, looking pretty cool. We're not too far from our intermediate sprints, and who's going to take that one? Will it be one of the more traditional nations, or, and indeed, what's going to happen in the main peloton behind? Points through to the top 15 in the
15, yeah.
Yeah, so it's certainly going to be hotly contested, as we've mentioned. Limited opportunities remaining for Jonathan Milan. Just while I was on my break, I noticed that the sprint comes very early in tomorrow's stage, but it's a long, tough day with all those all category mountains in the Alps for the riders to face. So
Yeah.
we want to get that done early.
And you would think that Pogacar might take something at the finish as well. We'll see how that goes. But yeah, no, it was a big win from Valentin Paris-Pontres. You know, it's like, it wasn't that long ago the French were looking for the next Tour de France winner, not alone, just desperate to get a stage win in their own tour.
And a huge moment for the Paris-Pontres family collector. It's only third professional career victory for Valentin Paris-Pontres. One of the other ones was the stage of Giro d'Italia, so he saves it up for the big occasion, doesn't he? And it was an amazing stage. Afterwards, Ben Healy was regretting slightly that he didn't push a little bit harder earlier on the final climb of Mont Ventoux, but it was so deliciously played by Paris-Pontres, knowing that Healy had a little bit of a double agenda. He was trying to take as much time as he could to move up on general classification, and also at the same time bidding for stage honours for Paris-Pontres. It was all in for the stage win. Narrow bike racing, whizzing along. And it's the Lidl Trek squad setting up at the front. It's like T-Bone Aces, thereabouts. You see Captain America there, and no surprise really that we have the A-list sprint teams that are taking up the pacemaking. It's the Lidl Trek and Soudal Quick-Step squads collectively. Jonathan Milan now making an appearance at the front for the first time in today's stage, just sort of gravitating up there. He's got his lead-out train ranged amongst him and around him, and just how much of a threat is he going to face from the other sprint teams? Because there is still a scrap for the minor positions there. It does seem as if Tadej Pogacar is probably the rider in waiting if Milan is going to be preeminent in this points competition through to the end. But still, Biniam Girmay in with a mathematical chance of taking the victory. Is it at this point worth their while investing energy in it?
Yeah, I'd keep them in it. They're not exactly going super fast today. We've got a northerly wind which slowing them up a little bit, 43.9 on average. So if I was Intermarché with this sprint, it's a good little hit out for Girmay, even if it just takes seconds in the bunch behind. So I think we'll see him. But there's so many others. I think the top two being Milan and Merlier for today's stage, but there's so many other kind of sprinters like think that they've got an opportunity to win. We heard from Thor Hushoff, a former multiple stage winner on the Tour, and of course the green jersey in the Tour de France, and he said the best opportunity for Uno X was from the breakaway, and that's why we saw Abrahamsen try. But unfortunately, the days where breakaways could be successful, and other days where they were always going to be doomed, and I go with the latter, that there's just too many. We saw the riders up towards the front from the teams that we thought would be really interested,
Sudal Quick Step and Lido Trek, and they were just following everything and just kind of blocking the road. And unfortunately, not going to be a breakaway day today. But you know, 4 riders can hang out. David did see Axel Laurent leave it a little bit late to try and get across, gave himself too much, and now drop back to the main peloton.
You know, I still have a useful finisher in Stian Fredheim, but he's not the rayless man is gone from the race, unfortunately. Soren Varenskjold's a couple of top 4 finishes for him in the sprint, so he's out of the race. So Uno X, they believe their best chance is the already stage successful. No, it's probably not the way to put it, but he's already had stage victory. That's Jonas Abrahamsson up front, kind of hanging out in there within 2 minutes as Tim Merlier tracks the lead out for 20 points off for the first rider across the line at the intermediate sprint, coming in about a mile for the lead quartet out front.
Looks like Merlier may be interested as well, just taking a few easy points.
Merlier sitting fourth in the points classification, potentially.
How many points down?
So he's 150, he's 101 points down, so it's a fair chunk of change. But riders have been known to leave, to retire from the Tour de France. When that happens, suddenly the whole game changes.
Well, looking at Jonathan Milan, I would think the next couple of days could be testing for him.
እንደንሪኦ ዘለና ስኒ ዳርጋ ዓባይ ጉጅለት ተረጋጊያ
will be fine. I really do think that there's still an opportunity for the sprinters in Paris, although they've added Montmartre, and I still think it would be a sprint, maybe reduced a little bit, but I still think there'll be a sprint.
Yes, it's not the same as the Olympics, even though they're using the same circuit, kind of. It's not the same distance. It's not quite the same.
The only race when they come on into Paris.
And it's so different, isn't it, with national teams and different numbers in those national teams. I mean, the character of the event is just completely radically altered coming into the end of 3 weeks of a stage race. It's a different game altogether.
This is a bit of a sprint. Straight as a die.
Yeah, they're certainly not going to lack for understanding of what they're facing. It's useful for the cameras as well, be able to pick them up from a kilometre out. It's an impressive piece of equipment, isn't it?
So it's from a kilometre, just slightly downhill, and then just slightly rises to the sprint point.
Oops, crash in the peloton and Intermarché. What a funny old
Louis Barry, who's already been down. He was the rider that went down in the Mur de Bretagne stage, and he was already wrapped up for quite a few days, and unfortunately that pinch point over one of the bridges there.
Well, it might happen relatively. Funny enough, we're just coming off 2 days without a crash. I just happened to look at that stat, and I think there have been 4 days total in Tour de France that haven't had a crash in 2025. I mean, the law of averages says you're going to have something, a little bit of articulation of the left leg, and hopefully that hip and that pelvis is not too implicated for Louis Barret. Meanwhile, Jonas Abrahamsson going for glory here with Bourgaudo. Bourgaudo likes to go in the early move, but it might seem like a folly. And Total Energies rider is going to miss out on top points. Points make prizes and prize money some value. And,
yeah, he did it yesterday, didn't he? He wants to go for every point that he can. It's just really unfortunate to see when you come down. I know it seems ages ago when you come down on one side, that was quite a heavy fall that he was involved with in the Mur de Bretagne, but when you fall again in the same side.
Yeah, just you're still repairing things, and 25-year-old from Nantes, Central France. 6th in Amstel Gold this year. Is a strong rider, strong ruler for the Intermarché Wanty squad, and Biniam Gourmet would certainly be happy if he was healthy.
Anthony Turgis is still interested in this competition for Total Energies. He's the rider just behind Biniam Gourmet.
To what end? Well, this is potentially more interesting sprint that we're going to see. Leading contenders in the green jersey competition. The first salvo fire, little attempt, a little hors d'oeuvre from what we're going to get later on today. Thilo Nys has the honour of leading the match. Jackman, the former German champion, and is next in line for Zero Quickstep. Meanwhile, we've got a couple of riders from Lidl Trek just trying to up the tempo a little bit. Captain America, Quinn Simmons, just moves over to slot in behind, and Gomez looks like he has a free ride on the coattails of the green jersey here.
For Sabini.
Sabini.
Simone Consoli
Dai.
gives a little preview of what we're going to get later on today. And is there going to be a real challenge? Jonathan Milan doesn't want to have to invest too much energy. Gamay happy enough to take the 6th place on the line there. There was almost an etiquette about that, wasn't there? That, I'm not going to
You go first, no, you go first, no, you go first.
I mean, I want to take the points,
من
but I
كلهم
don't
تقارا
want
رحيم
this to be
مثل ما كان
hotly
خامس
contested so that we use too much energy.
زبالة
Yeah, just
energy
little
هوت
bit of
الجليم
respect.
مسلم
They
كلهم
don't want
تقارا
to
رحيم
go too deep. Everybody's tired,
من
of
يأتي
course.
ليلو نه حدا نه كنت سلزوها نمستني مودا تابوزه
You can have
زن صالهم
the
لو
maximum
ديله
points left. I'll take
دارك
second, I'll
عم
take
نه
this, and
مودا
even
تا
Tim
نه سبرينج
Melley
أوتا
just in a row
سلزوها تيار
over there.
فني
Good to see
كلهم
Louis Barry
فرحون
back on
دابولين
the bike again. He just got
فورك
strapped
الإنتر
up
مارشة
on his
تملي
elbow,
سلونا
but
توتا
you can see blood in his knee, so not ideal for the rider that's already been off in this race.
Yeah, bit of a chase for Louis Barret. It was Thomas Gachignard that got all our attention yesterday after his difficult situation where he'd struggled with food poisoning, hadn't he, the day before on the rest day. An awful day yesterday, but he did manage to make it in. He's still 65th in the bike race, by the way. He's on page 1 of GC, so he lost a lot of time yesterday. He was, I think he was quite even the last rider on the stage. That sounds fast. It certainly would be for mere mortals, for Tour de France riders, and to a bit of a headwind today, and that will have tempered the speed of these riders. It's a nonetheless impressive 43.1 kilometers per hour, but yeah, a bit of a headwind.
Yeah, but it's still on par with the fastest ever Tour de France. So yeah, it just goes to show you how fast these guys have been racing. But with this slight headwinds, and of course with the 2 big days coming tomorrow, the riders at the front just want to do what they need to do and just hold this breakaway. You know, they're sitting out there at 1:47 now, so there's no real kind of danger, and that's another thing that you factor in when you look at trying to get yourself in the breakaway, Declan. You look at the wind conditions. Nobody wants to go in the breakaway if it's going to be a kind of headwind. The chances of success are very limited. So we've seen others try this, and even I think the only time we haven't had a breakaway, apart from Tim Wellens towards the end, was in Dunkirk stage, where we never had the breakaway because it was predominantly a headwind all the way to the finish.
And then lo and behold, Total Energy turn up in the breakaway a day or two later after a little bit of a rocket from the race organisers. Bourgadeau, actually, wasn't it, up the road with Becher, his teammate. How does it affect the tactics of how the chase is ridden, how the break is ridden, how the riders ride in general?
Well, the breakaway are the ones I feel sorry for, because they've already got a difficult task ahead of them, because okay, there was a sprint point there, there's a couple of King of the Mountains points coming up, but only 1 point in each. So with 4 riders in the breakaway, it's you know, with Albanese, Pascher, Burgado, Abrahamsen, what they're going to get out today. I think a few teams like UnoX decide that the only way that they can win today is by getting themselves in the breakaway, and that's why they're here. That's why Abrahamsen is here. And then we heard from Ineos Grenadiers saying with Abrahamsen here, they've got a chance, but I just think with the headwinds, it's always going to be very difficult. I know it's only a shortish stage, 160 kilometres, so it's not. This will be done in what, 3.5, 3:45. It'll be done quite quickly. So, but when you're committed to a breakaway, you're not going to sit up. So unfortunately, we're just under 2 minutes of an advantage in the peloton, and the peloton are really in control. Soudal Quickstep are kind of stepping up in a sprint stage for the first time because Remco Evenepoel's not here, and then we've got Lidl Trek who have been there. But there's other teams there that have got sprinters, but they don't want to kind of use their personnel up at the moment. They're going to save that kind of firepower for when it's needed later on in the stage.
Do you think the days of going in the break just to show the jersey, just for the exposure of it, do you think that's gone?
We've talked about that. Yes, it's gone. Now that the team's met at the place now, it's not like they're kind of invited. Although there are some occasions that different VIPs come along, and you know that they're in the car, the team car, and you want to put a bit of a show on and things like that, and look after the VIP riders there. So there is a bit of it, but a lot less.
It was the contest for the minor positions in the intermediate sprint. Just a little bit of a reprise of this one. Jonathan Milan investing precisely the right amount of energy, not one single joule more required, and William Gourmay just comes up for a little chat. Had a little bit of a spar at the intermediate sprint, didn't they, early in the race, and there was much discussed at the time.
Not spar.
Oh. Very droll. Very droll in the drone. They're all friends now, though, aren't they? They seem to be getting on okay. So Jonathan Milan has taken the minor points from the break, from the bunch behind the break. Narrow advantage for you, 4 out front for a sprint today. So we're just a smidgen behind the slowest schedule of the day, by the way, which is set at 44 kilometres per hour. That, though, will increase as we work our way through the day. We do have a couple of little sort of hills to be got over, and potential for a little bit of crosswind, or am I just getting a little bit too excited and ahead of myself?
No, there is potential, and that potential comes with 76.7. Take advantage. There will be a bit of a crosswind, but I don't think with the big stages coming up, because if you do want to take advantage, then you risk your sprinter maybe missing out, or your GC guy being in the wrong place. So you don't want to take that risk. Today it looks as if it's a nailed-on sprint, which I think it is. So you don't want to put any pressure on the race. Come the final, I think there'll be enough riders there to help out, and I think that's why a lot of riders are kind of sitting back and just making sure they've got enough energy towards the end there.
Well, sitting back in the main peloton at the moment is Kelso's finest, Oscar Onley, 4th overall. Solid ride yesterday, maybe he just lost a little bit of space to Lipovitz, but the kind of all came up in 1s and 2s, didn't they? But in general, he seems to be riding through his second Tour de France with great effect. He's absolutely fine.
Do you know what? I wouldn't write off Oscar Onley. I know he's not really had a bad day yet. If you call that losing a little bit of time, he's still within 2 minutes. I was quite impressed with him yesterday. The reason why is anybody who's ridden up Ventoux know it's steeper towards Chalet Reynard, and then it eases a little bit, and then kicks up towards the finish, and of course the wind opens up there. I thought he looked rather good in the steeper parts of the climb, and the Col de la Loze tomorrow I think will suit him maybe better, so he might actually gain some time back. But the only problem he's got is he had Roglic and Lipovitz to contend with yesterday.
On pense qu'il peut quand même se passer des choses. Il peut quand même se passer des choses dans ces enchaînements-là. On n'est pas à l'abri que ça relance à un moment donné. S'il ne laisse pas beaucoup d'écart, là, il y a 1:45.
Four riders up front, narrow advantage, less than 2 minutes, and plenty of conflict between the French riders who performed with great distinction. Julian Alaphilippe, 6th on the stage yesterday, and alongside the man of the moment, superstar. He's got to be enjoying today. I'm sure he's cruising around the peloton and everyone's congratulating him. Valentine Paré-Pontre.
No, it's a huge day for France yesterday.
French riders to win on Ventoux.
Yeah, no, really good day, and what a stage to win. As you said, he doesn't win too much. 3rd pro victory, and he's actually his brother won the first Grand Tour stage of the family. first. Orient, Paris Pantra won, and then Valentine must have thought, oh, I'm going to have to match that. I've been in a kind of similar situation with my brother. He's 3 years older than me, and you know, he was winning races, and I thought I had to do exactly the same thing. But he's bettered him now into to winning on Vault 2, because if you want to win a stage, you want to win a stage in one of these kind of iconic mountains. And yeah, no, it was good. And just mentioning my brother, obviously my brother can't listen to TNT. He'll be listening to TNT Sports and not hearing pan coverage of Eurosport. But I just want to say hello to my Uncle Jim in Canada and Ali. Hope you're having a good day, and thanks for listening. Love yous.
Shout out to the big audience across Europe and the world. This is an event that has been utterly mondialised, I think, as was the old phrase once upon a time. That was the target for the organisers of the Tour de France. It's been incredibly successful. In some cases, it's be careful what you wish for. Struggled for regular French success since then. But Tony Galopin has in the past delivered success for France. He's de-essing on the race, and it'll be interesting to hear what his thoughts about the chances of today's breakaway surviving through to the finish line. Let's hear from former French Tour de France hero Tony Galopin.
What's the best opportunity scenario for Arnaud Delis to win a stage today? Is it to get himself into the breakaway, or is it to reserve a lot of energy, conserve energy, and try and sprint against Tim Merlier and Jonathan Milan?
We have to be honest that they will not let him go in the breakaway, or maybe they can, because if he go in a breakaway, that's everybody will be against him. No, I mean, of course, the plan is to have a sprint. On the paper, he's not fast as Merlier or Milan. That's also we have to be honest. But again, last week of the Tour, again, if the race is hard, it's also better for him. So we hope also that the race can be a bit hard. Not really a sprinter stage, normal one, where it's easy breakaway and they control easy. So I think if it's a hard stage, and also last week of the Tour, that it can beat those guys.
Do you think you can try and apply some pressure then on the two fourth category clients to try and wear out Jonathan Milan or Tim Merlier and just take a little bit of spark out of their legs?
Can be good for us, but
لايك سبسكرايب شير دوما يتحملوا زودك عبيتي ما أنتم كالوت زيري ورلو نخريو ما أنتم بازح شير يتحملوا سبسكرايب إذا كان مفتعلوا دقفكم دا قلتكم دك عبيتي عباي بدي لهم زان رياض لنا يعني حد دقيقة 52 سكند يا دحير هذا تزغني من دخل
Cat 4 climbs coming up very shortly. They're decent length, I suppose. 3.7 kilometers at 6.6%. That starts with smidgen under 98 kilometers to go. So we're just around 4k now to the foot of that climb for the leaders at front. The gap hovering around the 2 minutes mark, as you see. And then the Col du Tartaruille starts with inside 50 to go. 47 kilometers to go will be the start of that one. 3.5k. 3.5% again, not particularly demanding, but then Tony Galopin making a fair point. It's a point that pretty much everyone is making, in that everyone is tired now and just not everyone has the resources. Remarkable how the legs do respond, but see Louis Barret here at the back and just having to make a little bit of an effort to maintain momentum. He must be sort of almost at the end of his tether. Long, tough, hard couple of 2.5 weeks of racing at this point. We've got 3 summit finishes still in prospect, and well, this stage is to be got through at a decent rate. I mean, I was interested in the points that Tony Galopin was making, but also that little bit of radio communication from the
I can't see it. I really can't. That's total energies. They said that, and I don't think it's too far out. And this is probably the hardest climb that's coming up. It's, as you said, 3.7, 6.6, where the other one is 3.6 and 3.5%. So this is probably the hardest of both climbs. But you have to look at who's going to come up and do it. I think Exway, Abrahamson and Powerless are the two riders that initially attacked. I think Movistar, they seem animated yesterday, and at the start today they've missed out. So that's the only team that where I was watching the start were interested in getting themselves in the breakaway, and they haven't got themselves in the breakaway. So Movistar are the only team that would be possibly interested. Would they come up? Would they maybe try and attack and put a rider across?
EF got in the break, but Kasper Asgreen was hopping mad and tried again, didn't he? There's no value in closing down a group that has your
ቀዳሚት ጉጅለ እዚያ ንሪኣ ዘለና
The only way
ኩራት ተዓዘብትና
this race is going to change, this stage is going to change, is if Movistar do what they did yesterday during the stage and others get involved. But I don't think others will get involved as much today. And then again, for Movistar, why would you jump over to a doomed breakaway? Because this breakaway isn't going to the finish. So you've got these options that you, as a sports director, you have to think.
Close it up, reignite, and then think about that little crosswind section.
Well, you wouldn't close it up. You would ignite like they did yesterday. The moment you start attacking, because you want to open up the race, and the way to open up the race is to start attacking. Just start like what happened yesterday when UE locked it down. And I said at the time, a lot of teams won't be happy with this situation. They're playing into the book of UE. So you start attacking and open it up. It's not like you go to the front and drag it back. You just start attacking it, and hopefully others will get involved with the race. But I think from the start, there's a lot of teams just following and not getting involved. So I really can't see anything majorly happening. Look, I hope I'm wrong. I think everybody wants to see an opened up race, but with the big alpine stages to come in the next couple of days, the sprinters won their chance today, and I don't think nothing's going to stop them.
Pertuis ought not be much of an impediment for riders of the calibre of Tim Merlier and Jonathan Milan, already successful in sprints in Tour de France 2025. Plenty of others have hopes to try and join them on the winners roster. Talking about tomorrow, by the way. This is what looms to Courchevel Col de la Loise, and the Loise indeed, and it's a mere 5,450 metres of climbing, 171.5 kilometres, and just 3 climbs along the day. Col de Glandon, Col de la Madeleine, and then Courchevel Col de la Loise.
One team thinking about it, just when I thought nobody would, they tried to get themselves in the breakaway earlier on with Axel Laurent, so it looks as if they want to try and do that again, but I just can't see it. Why would you? The breakaway is doomed. And you got to remember that Inish Grenadiers don't have a sprinter, so they've come up to the front, and as I said, what you want to do is maybe start attacking than thinking of riding on the fronts. You want to animate the race, not just ride up this climb and ride up this climb hard. If they do manage to drop Milan and potentially Merlier, who's their man for the day? Sam Watson? No.
Top 10 earlier on in the race. Yeah, if it's a reduced...
I think this suits Caden Gross more than anything. I think of the others are Delay as well. Arnaud Delay has finished third in the stage of the tour already. So, look, I may be criticising, but the way I see it is this. I don't know why they're making this big effort on this climb. I doubt they're going to get rid of the sprinters. 3.7 kilometres. I doubt they, even if they lose a little bit, there's still time for them to get brought back and be looked after. I wouldn't probably ride this, but I'd probably try and animate the race and get a rider, a few riders across. Or typically yesterday when Movistar came to front and started attacking in numbers, it opened the race for others to follow. By riding on the fronts like this, I just think it's not the right tactic.
Tough day for Louis Barret, back for a little bit of extra medical attention. at a critical time as Conor Swift hits the front, and Geraint Thomas in company as well to assist for the Ineos Grenadiers squad. Sam Watson indeed, British National Road Race champion, recently crowned in Wales, of course, at Aberystwyth. And he's tracking along third or fourth in line here, and he is present at the front if he's climbing okay. Wonder how Jonathan Milan feels right now. The green jersey still close to the front, doesn't appear to be losing any space or time, but it's a little bit of a ride to the top of the hill. Big investment here from these riders. Tadej Pogačar watching with I suppose some sort of detached interest, but staying close to the front. Pertuis, the Cat 4, it's just a single point on off for the King of the Mountains, and it'll be interesting to see as well whether the man who's in that jersey, albeit no longer leading that competition, Lenny Martinez, is able to make his way up, maybe just to pinch a point here or there. That could all be pretty critical, although he'll probably want as easy a ride as he can possibly get today, and no doubt will be looking to get in the in some sort of an early break tomorrow. So we slash through the gorge here. Epic topography, isn't it? Geraint Thomas.
Yeah, Conor Swift already done his job. Now it's Geraint Thomas. Just behind, you can see that the British champion is also there. Axel Laurence in second place here, but the whole peloton just sitting. Not just about the EF Education Easy Post have moved up. We saw Kasper Asgreen trying to jump into the breakaway, make it bigger, but I just think that Quinn Simmons will be all over this, Captain America.
Yeah, it's noticeable Ben Healy is being kept up there as well, but so too is Kasper Asgreen, the EF Education Easy Post squad. The advantage down, it's pretty much halved by the efforts of the Ineos Grenadiers squad, including here the 2018 Tour de France champion. His first participation in the Tour de France was 5 years earlier than the next earliest participation by any other competitor in this year's Tour de France. So suffice it to say, it goes all the way back to 2007, and Geraint Thomas he's enjoyed a long career. This is his final hit out in Tour de France and wants to make a contribution. He's spoken about the fact that he would like to maybe think about having a job in the sport afterwards, and there's lots of speculation that he could be taken on as part of the management structure for the Ineos Grenadiers team. He certainly has a wealth of experience. He's had an extraordinary, remarkable career.
Guys, we've got nothing to lose, right? So let's be sharp, let's try it. Otherwise, we're sat in the bunch for nothing the whole day, you know? Let's try it.
Well, Zach Dempster says you have to try.
Yeah, I respect that. You have to try, but they're not going to gain anything from this. This climb is not going to split it up. It's on a kind of main road. The only thing they're doing is damaging this breakaway. I don't think the breakaway are worried as well if they're brought back in this climb. But what it might help is maybe a counter-attack going. But I think everybody knows. The thing is, you've now got 95 kilometres to go to the finish, and you've got fresher guys, and we're having fresher guys. And you have likes of Asgreen, but Asgreen looks to be hanging as well. So if you attack over the top and take a few guys with you, but I don't think Little Trek, I said Captain America is going to be all over it, and he is. He's just following Axel Laurence. Be interesting too what EF Education Easy Post does, but yeah, look, respect to you've got to try it, but I don't think they're going to gain anything from it.
Well, they're going to be within touching distance of the breakaway by the top of this hill if they haven't already caught them, because it's an anxious moment, I have to say, for Vincenzo Albanese. Quentin Pache, Mathieu Bougardou at the back here, and Jonas Abrahamsson on the front as they try to desperately fend off on a baying pack with a kilometre to go on this climb. Jonas Abrahamsson, 29 years of age, from Skien in Norway. Vincenzo Albanese, he's stepped up to the EF Education Easy Post squad this year, the 28-year-old Italian. Took a wonderful stage victory in a sprint, but at the top of a hilly climb, in the company of Quinn Simmons on that occasion.
Where have they gone?
And these Grenadiers have Tobias Foss desperately, frantically returned to the front before they hear to get a rocket from Brian Smith. Yeah, I mean, it was a big investment, but they kind of went marked absent there for a little while.
Look, respect for trying to do something, but I think everybody could see it. It was never going to happen. Tobias Foss coming up now, but where are the rest of them? You know, they don't want to get involved. I think the only people that might want to try and benefit are maybe some of the other teams, maybe try and kind of chip across. But why chip across to a break that's doomed? It's not going to go to the finish. I'd probably look more at you know, that marker point after this climb they came off it. Potentially there could be a little bit of a crosswind section.
You said Movistar might be interested.
Yeah, look, Romeo was one of the first riders to try, but he was shut down. I think Lenny Martinez, the King of the Mountains, is up there thinking of this one point, but Captain America, Quinn Simmons, doing a terrific job here. He just shut it down, make sure nothing else goes. We were well in control, and although Romeo's going to give it a good here, it's not breaking at all. It was never going to break in a climb like this, and even the next climb is not as hard either.
Yeah, it's the elastic still hasn't quite napped here, but Ivan Romeo might just drag Quinn Simmons across here. It's down to 30 seconds. I don't think they're going to get there in time for the top of the hill. What happens immediately after it is going to be interesting. Paulus and Bodan were lurking for the EF Education Easy Post squad. And you have other little treks, including Squinch among the riders, trying to stay near the front, and they'll be kind of looking over their shoulders and wondering how the green jersey of Jonathan Milan, who's less prominent than he was. Super job he did for the first couple of kilometres of this climb. Up front, gap comes down to 30 seconds. Abrahamson gets the word on the radio that they have to push over the top here.
Abrahamson كعوة الله خون تخلطات هلو مالن كم زخن عزود وعلنا بتعم تبويرو تبو تعويت سلام ودي وها ودي جون داغباي كعوة الله تخل الله أبراهامسون يا بيخو
Addison Sweeney was there, Wolf Van Aert moving up there as well, so it kind of splitting up, but I think it'll just be a case of everybody just looking at each other. It was interesting to see the picnic post an L rider that was towards the front there. Some riders have been detached, including Jonathan Milan, but they'll look at where the peloton is. It's going to all come back together again.
Yeah, the one or two riders in between here, and over the top the gap is it enough, and Movistar want to fire one or two more riders into this one to see.
I think Onley's there.
Significant. Onley again.
I think he's there.
That's we've seen picnic post NL jerseys close to the front.
There he is. Oscar Onley's in the front split there. Tim Wellens is there as well. Soler. But they're going to ease up now. They're not going to continue with this. Gregoire is there. Lipovitz close to this one. A lot of the GC contenders, and yeah, look, it's still pretty much all together. There's a small gap back.
شير لايك أين إحنا كرات عزتنا شير لايك سبسكرايب أين إحنا كل خبات إحنا مانتا كم زيري وزلوا خريبو مانتا شير بورو وكعبيتي لايك سبسكرايب شير كومنت دومو هاو تيري ساتاكم كومنت هاو
groups merge and they weld themselves back together again as a rider, you know, takes responsibility for closing that little gap, and then the rider in the next split does something similar. Then further up the line, as long as this does abate somewhat, it should be okay.
Yeah, they should come back. Quinn Simmons is back on the front. You know, there's a few groups between, so over the top here. There'll be a kind of general regrouping, but Irish Grenadiers tried. Don't know what they're trying to do, but yeah, others trying to kind of take a little bit of an advantage here. But Jonathan Milan, he does not have to do this himself. He's got a few teammates behind, and there's a few other riders that will want to try and get back to the front as well.
Malaria in that group as well, I think.
Milan وطيروا على دك عبيت حجي.
ميلان بدأ حديث جلو. قدر فوزيع تلينا نيرا حندجي انترماشي كان في عم بقلية النهر وطيروا. كسر هو فوق اللوم حنسر لنا المينا.
They continue to try and go on the attack. This look as if it's Castillo trying to attack, but Quinn Simmons done a terrific job here, just making sure that nothing does happen and Jonathan Milan comes back. The thing is with Movistar, they don't have
ምዝ
a
ዘለዎ
sprinter
ናይ
either.
ሓደ ደቂቕ
There's no
ገለ
point
ርሕቀት
in doing that. What you have
ናይ
to do
ባሕቲ
is try and get a chasing
ሓገዝ
group
እዩ
rather
ንዓና
than just do it on your own.
Yeah, only quick one from Movistar.
Yeah, not in this company.
Not on that level, no.
No, not at all.
መቸም ሕጂ ኢንተርማርሴን ወሰኑ እንድሕር ወጢሮም ኣነ ቅድሚት
An awful lot for just one point, wasn't it?
ማስ ወላ
At the moment, they're hanging
ካቱ
on in there.
ተፋለና ዓባይ
Indeed,
ጅጅ
I think probably
ግን
ultimately
ብሩስ
did a
ክሳብ
solid
ሓደ
job. The
ንእሽተይ
final
ከክሞ
sort of
ወፍሉ
300-500 meters, there was no gain from all of those attacks from the main peloton. Pretty quickly closed down a minute and 10 on the approach to
اليوم
and on
حنتي
the
مودات
the first 2/3 of that climb.
كناتهم
The
ماليان
final
نهر عندهم البروموشن
Will just been sent back just to help out this second group here. Also Shackman, by the looks of things. So they've just been sent back just to help the Merlier group come back.
Superb job done by Ilan van Wilder yesterday. Yeah.
Well, you know, we're limited to cameras, but he just came nowhere, just straight to the front. Get on my wheel and take you to victory.
Now, Cofidis, slim pickings for them so far in Tour de France 2025. Brian Coquard has gone home, so no standout for them. Alexis Renard again, 11th place, best for them. So
Adam Buru. So there's nothing really kind of happening. Matteo Trentin is up there in the black, but look, another little track rider there of Jasper Stuyven. They're just going to do what they did at the start. Just police things, track, be anchors. These guys are, you know, making big efforts here, and they're not going to get anything for it. It's a case of what Zach Dempter says. Yeah, you can sit in all day and get nothing, but you can also save something for the next 2 days. But sit in here without a sprinter, nothing else you can do, because the sprinters are in control of this stage. The sprinters' teams, that is.
Carlos Rodriguez, best placed rider for the Ineos Grenadiers squad, 10th overall. Lost some time to Ben Healy yesterday, but signs or signals indeed in recent days that he seems to be going in the right direction. We'll see how he's recovering ahead of the big Alpine appointments coming up in the next few days. Tomorrow's stage, of course, to Col de la Loze, followed by a summit finish on La Plagne. And a choppy one, albeit not quite as demanding, to Pont d'Arlier, and then final salvo to be fired on the Champs-Élysées on Sunday evening. Speed's about a minute down on the peloton, front of the peloton to the front of the group that Jonathan Milan is in. 90 kilometres to go, plenty of time to fix this one.
Yeah, they were talking about putting the pressure on the kind of big two, Merlier and, of course, Milan, the two ends. And in I'm just watching Walt Van Aert here on the outside. Of course, the dynamics change in the third week of a Grand Tour. Nobody had predicted Jordi Meus would have won a couple of years ago on the Champs-Élysées. I don't think many would have done that. It just goes to show you that, yeah, you can have a good sprint, but it's what you've got left in the legs. If you get something left, then you can make a difference. And I think Arnaud Delay, is one rider that could have something. I think he'll be there and thereabouts today with Milan and Merlier.
It was interesting that Tony Galopin was saying that he's not really at the same level as Merlier.
He's not as fast, but you've got to remember, if you've got the strength in the third week of a Grand Tour, that makes a bit more of a difference.
Yeah. Great leveler, isn't it? Superb job being done by these riders up front. Still hanging on to that 30 seconds advantage, albeit we saw Quinn Simmons just roll to the front of the chase group on this descent, and he certainly, I think it was more of a sort of a glass cranking scenario of him coming out. He's a more effective teammate on the front of the chase group rather than going back to help Jonathan Milan back
Yeah,
up.
he did a terrific job. There's enough riders back there. The two groups have come back. But he did a terrific job, just going with everything and stopping. I think Tom Squinch has made himself available at the front of the peloton as well.
And this is different to the way that the Visma Lease bike team riders were working on the day that that Tim Wellens got his win. In as much as they were, it seemed more at 6s and 7s. They're not sure what to do, or there were more riders willing to invest in their own personal ambitions and not necessarily around for Jonas Vingegaard. Slightly different scenario, but it does seem like a slightly different way that they're playing it.
Yeah, I think what you are saying, and I agree with you, is they know what they're doing. Lido Trek, they've pre-planned this. They thought if someone does do this, then there's enough for them to come back, and this is what you have to do. This is experience talking now. That instead of kind of going back and you stay near the front and just control things, and that's what they're trying to do.
Here's a superior shot out of that one, isn't it? The back of the peloton, Matteo Jorgensen. Again, another rider.
بيني أبغى باي وجل الله جوناثان ميلان بدحريت تاريخ كله نسيب مثل تبور بغميت تاع عباي وجل تبور hopefully لما عندنا نحن بيبا بيني كمان تعرفوا لي بيبا بيني باتي لما عندي مورالي نعمره نعنا حاجة
ولو ما عندي بين عوات الله تراي زلو بقى
نافع بفلك أنا نافع لو تعم بسفر كون بسفر نافع أنا يعني الميلنا يبقى
كدقم الله لو ما عندي قولنا تا اسمرا قدر الله
حقوني هذا اللعبة يجي لنا يبحكي إذا أجيب تبوق يبحكي حاجة جينا
Jonathan Milan to come. I mean, even if he does make it back on, what are the potential implications for all of this hard work and these efforts that they've made? I mean, potentially that could just take the edge off his sprint ever so slightly.
نحن طبعا حاجة زين زوم كهاد مزدولي سوا نعود زيادة نخالق جوناثان ميلان زيادة نخالق سلسلة ومين أودي مو سعر سلسلة غانتا نفع غانتا سلسلة دود أنت كاد بينام زبادة كويني كون
For much of the day, they've been sort of hovering around the 2 to 2.5 minutes mark, and then we've got a couple of climbs. First of them, just a fourth category ascent. It's just a pimple compared to what they'll face tomorrow. Nonetheless, the Col du Pertuis offering a great opportunity for the English squad, followed by one or two others to launch a series of salvos that have made it a little bit complicated for breakaway riders. They continue to launch off the front, left, right and centre. The latest one from Matteo Trentin was covered, and the Movistar squad have not been found wanting. We're not getting an indication of any time gap between Jonathan Milan and the rest of the peloton. I think that descent was just long enough perhaps to
دقفت أرسنال لايك بورني زقانة رسلكم كومنت صحفي
This is Nelson Oliveira, but just look who's on the wheel. Tom Squinch. I look both Squinch and Simmons. Terrific job they're doing at this.
دربنا خي ودانا خلنا ميلان كالي كده يمم لهم رالو سلسلة بخطة هنا مالو
The left hand side. Like I said,
كبرات تغطى تيجي ترايدي كونه
I don't think there is much to gain.
دحر حجي كودي فرانك مستود ون كويشة كل جزء ناس سبورت شانل سلزونه مستحباركم يفلينا.
Irish Grenadiers were trying, but they
وانا لما عندي قدام كعوات الله يبيني جوهم كيري جوهم عوضنا أنا يقدني
Milan is in here, Malia is in here, and interestingly, just looking at the composition of who's riding now, Quickstep's riding, Jayco's riding, I think Tudor might be riding as well for Dainese, and so these guys are rolling through together. Maybe one of the other teams up there that I just can't quite see, but they're all working well together. Milan has also 2 or 3 teammates, but they're just staying with him. They're not really riding at the minute with Quickstep riding. I think they're trying to save riders for the lead out, but we are flying along 70 km an hour, slightly downhill. If they keep working like this, then they might come back, but I think they need more cooperation through this group and the riders within it. Back to you guys.
Interesting that Shooter are riding behind to get Danese back on, and their riders are on the attack.
That's lack of communication. Why Trentin and Philippe? Look, they're coming back. The sprinters are coming back 100%. The way that they're riding at the frontier. It's only Movistar that is really kind of interested. Lidl Trek have got a firm grasp of this.
We've seen a bit of Wheatfield
بتاعي ريحو تفوزات لاست ما قروا يمدلو
alternative to the usual slippy slidey and water sports affairs.
Yeah, that was interesting, wasn't it? That why should they riding at the back and attacking at the front? Why
Jonathan Milan
trying to attack there and Chico Lula's riding at the back? Of course, we can't see. And the flip side, I can't see the front of the race, but the way that the race is going at the moment, there's no. It's going to come back. The reason why Groves is in here, is he? Yeah, the reason why
that's always غير له ما يعني حدا دقل
I think is the best of the rest.
حدا دقل 10 سكند ثوابي ركاوم
But the
تثليله
looks of things, the two groups are going to come back together.
زعمي صبو صوتك نرينا نمثل اسكوريتاتات نلعب كومنتس ندا سردكم شير لايك كاين حمق سبسكرايب دك عبيتي ما تام كل سر
Village of Porto, that is.
كريو
On the banks of the Rubion. Protestant stronghold dating back to the 12th century. Total energy required in the breakaway at the moment. This is what Mathieu Bourgado has available to him to try and fend off that pesky peloton, and they're doing a really, really impressive job, I have to say. If anything, they've gained a few seconds. It's kind of been hovering, still showing at around about the half minute or more between the sort of large and unwieldy peloton. It's a big old group, and if nothing else, they're going to make it a really tough and demanding job for those riders to come back and use up as much energy as possible. Of course, we do have one other hill, but that comes with 47. Sorry, yeah, we started with 47 kilometers remaining. It's too long, really. That's interesting.
Yeah, just seeing the squinch back there, and should have Pro Cycling starting to ride at the front of the main peloton here. Okay, I can see the reason why Abis and Deconic would do it, but if they're riding for Dainese at the back, they've got Mayhofer in here.
Yeah, Tudor Pro Cycling, a couple of other options. Matteo Trentin on a reduced bunch sprint managed 5th earlier on in this race as well. He can be fast, but it would have to be a significantly thinned out group. And Marius Marhofer has a top 10 finish as well, 9th place finish from one of the big group finishes, albeit one that didn't include many of the big names. Anxious moments for the man in green, Big Johnny Milan, who's kind of looks up over all of those riders in front of him and is anxiously surveying the scene and hoping that they can put it back together again. Connor Swift at the back of the group made a big effort at the bottom of that hill to create the fracture.
It's coming back. I think it was always coming back, but nice to see that Abis and Deconic was thinking about it. They're just making it a little bit harder. Just missed that doctor's card in the left-hand side there.
Quinn Simmons also coming back, so clearly the Lidl Trek squad, after doing all that great work to sort of interrupt things, worked out. So Stuyven and Simmons have been called. Well, they're enjoying the racing, it's great, yeah.
Yeah, just a minute of a breather. You can see, look, it's not even 30 seconds now, it's coming back slowly but surely.
What about the fortunes and the expectations for Dylan Groenewegen? 6 stage victories in his Tour de France career. The man in purple here, number 124. He's tracking the green jersey of Jonathan Milan. And they are depending on the big domestics, the big engines to enough collective interest in that group.
It'd be interesting to hear what Ineos Grenadiers planned actually when they went to the front at the bottom, because they seem to be missing a little bit over the top of the climb. Interesting to see why they came up to the front initially? Was it to? Because I would have started the attacks. I wouldn't have ridden at the front. I would have started, talked to a few teams, come on, get involved, get a chase group. But I wouldn't probably do what they did, just come to the front. Okay, inspired others to go on the back of what they did, the damage they did in the bottom. The other teams trying to take advantage over the top.
Supposed to now have riders gravitating and riding through. And Brooke, who's just rolling
Bittner in here
through to the front. And Pavel Bittner is clearly climbing well today and has made it into the front half of this fractured peloton. Meanwhile, Lidl did as much as they could to interrupt, disrupt, discourage the attacks coming from that peloton. Martinez down at the back end of it, and there's not much between those two groups, but this is a committed pursuit, could go on for a little while.
Yeah, the fact that Stoiber and Simmons will go back to two big motors will bring this back together. I'm not going to say they're staying stars, but they'll see polka dots at the back of the group in front.
Yeah, stars and stripes, yeah.
ክቡራት ተዓዘብትና ምስ ናይ ቅሬቱ ዳሓተትና ቁርተ ናይ ቴክኒክ ሽግር ኣጋጢምና ፀኒሕና ተመሊስና ኣለና ብጣዕሚ ቅሬታ እናበልና ኢና
into the main peloton. Most of the riders who were delayed on that fourth category climb have managed to make it back in at this point. He's one of the latest to try and rejoin the main peloton, but it doesn't look as if they're giving up on this fast pace, which has difficulty and sort of implications for our four riders out front. But it's sort of set to rage and rage. The Tour de France continues to deliver.
Oh, absolutely continues to deliver. It's been quite extraordinary. Just as you say, you just felt at the moment that you were drifting off, and you were just able to just put your feet up, bang, Ineos lighted up. Louis Bardet, well, it's not the first time he's been on the ground during this Tour de France, and he's going to have to work pretty hard to find his way back, but I feel that he will do.
Timberlake has a teammates just rolling off the front here. Not sure what this is about, maybe to for the European Road Race champion. Two-time stage winner in this year's Tour de France, and is this not maybe just a signal of the crosswind section that we've been talking about for a little while? And this is the moment, and it's not particularly long. It just takes us through to about what do we got? 56 to go. It's not that short either, and it depends on how exposed it is. But according to the wind direction, this ought to be a potential opportunity. So Pascal Enkhorn just sort of escorts European champion Tim Merlier to the front to ensure that he's in prime position. Meanwhile, time for Tom Squinch to, because even if you're at your work, closing gaps, discouraging attacks, and that's all done. You've got to go and get sustenance for the others, and
ዮናታን ሚላን ምስ ዓባይ
really
ጉጅለ
just sort of never-ending
ሓዊሱ ዶ
work that these riders do.
of course
Is it much relief
ሆነ
now he's back in?
ለውጥ ክንገብር ተጸቢና ነርና ግን ወላ ሓንቲ ለውጥ ይገበሩ እንክሕግዙ ወይ ከዓ ድንበር ዚያን ይሽሴ ክውጡ
Barry rides intelligently as far up the group as he possibly can for free. Having made it in, he's going to just leave a little bit of slippage room. He's having a tough day. Pascal Encorn did a superb job yesterday, as you remember, Jonathan, with that work to make sure that the split in the break, and that they kept the breakaway from the breakaway as close as possible, kept Ilan van Wilder, and more particularly Valentin Parry-Pontra, as close to the Enric Mas-led group on the approach to Mont Ventoux. And that ultimately paid perfect dividends. Doing another great job today.
Yeah, fantastic job. Very. My favourite interview, I think, from this Tour de France so far, given by Ilan van Wilder at the end of yesterday's stage. I had to translate it quite rapidly on the spot into less of the vernacular that was used by him.
You're making apologies left, right and centre.
No, I didn't make any apologies because all of the swearing was in French, but I just spoke very loudly over the top of it, saying other words. Let's just say that they'd had a few poor days, and he felt that there'd also been some really negative things written about the team. Soudal Quickstep team, written about Remco Evenepoel not honouring the race, etc., and he just said that this was going to, let us say, quieten down those journalists who'd been so negative.
It's amazing how sports teams and sports people, it takes so much of their motivation from various slights or even perceived slights. So it just, I mean, almost anything can be taken and sort of honed and crafted and molded into something, to create the fury that you need to actually go out and produce these extraordinary performances. That there is a sort of a it's us against the universe kind of attitude sometimes in sport, isn't there?
Most definitely, and you really see it reflected in. I mean, cycling is no different in this. It's a sport which is very much a team sport, and teams that are together will succeed. Teams which have cracks appearing in them, as we've seen in the Giro d'Italia, when a team isn't all 100% behind the game plan and behind a specific rider, then they just don't work, and it's the ultimate team sport. But they really close ranks very quickly when under attack from the press, or when under attack from individuals, and as you say, it really gives them the most incredible motivation to go out there and prove people wrong or succeed, and that is fantastic to watch. Another great interview with Thomas Gachinard that we'll probably be able to speak about after this commercial break.
Yeah, still four up front. Their advantage now starting to step back out to more manageable 1 minute as the Soudal Quickstep squad take command at the front of the peloton. Schachmann and others utterly content with the situation, as indeed is the Belgian National Road Race champion Tim Wellens, stage winner himself already in this year's Tour de France. The UAE Team Emirates squad just trying to get through this one with thoughts on the big Alpine ascents to come tomorrow. You were chatting just before that commercial break about Thomas Gachinard and what a tough old day he had yesterday.
Yeah, just such a tough day. And for those people who didn't see our coverage from the beginning today, we had a fantastic interview with Thomas Gachinard, and he had food poisoning on the rest day. So he was just saying, so I didn't have a rest day. It was absolutely horrific. And then he was just sort of, I was really hoping that it was going to be relaxed racing up until Mont Ventoux, and I'd be able to get myself up Mont Ventoux. He said, but straight away, it was brutal racing. and he knew straight away that he was going to struggle. And he just said, and there I was, essentially all on my own, as we hear now from the Soudal Quickstep team. And
is also waiting for the moment Abis is pulling.
Yeah, it's their delay coming through.
Wow.
That's back to when we had the chase.
Yeah, I mean, that was absolutely, that's going a little bit back in time. It is incredible what they've been doing, but when you think about the effort that went in from that team yesterday as well, but then you go and watch their DS where you got that wonderful window inside the car during those closing moments yesterday, and you just go, I mean, everyone would ride. But you just the passion behind it all. But that was the message that Gashina was passing on about yesterday. He just said he had just the support of his car and his DSs, and they were just constantly just reminding him about how proud his family was of him and how incredible it would be if he could get up the Mont Ventoux. And he just said he had to go to some pretty dark places, but because he had that support and because he knows what the team thinks of him, and he just stepped up, and that was an amazing performance to even get through yesterday. Thankfully, he says he's feeling a bit better today, so I hope long may that continue.
Well, indeed, and quite, and we sincerely hope that Tomasz Gashina has recovered from that one. He was the final rider across the line, 32 minutes and 5 seconds behind yesterday's stage winner, Valentin Paré-Pontre, behind Arnaud Demar, actually, our Airbnb Hotels rider. He's going to try and roll back the years a little bit to try and see if he can come up with another Tour de France success today. But yeah, I mean, there's so many examples, aren't there, of the collective will between the teams. So problem solved after all of that one. We're on stage 17 of Tour de France, on our way to Valence. Traditionally, or at least in recent years, at any rate, it's a sprint point. We've had 4 previous Tour de France appearances into Valence. Most recently, the most recent 3 in actual fact, have concluded in sprint finishes. Mark Cavendish taking the win back in 21, ahead of Wout van Aert and Jasper Philipsen. I wonder if Van Aert is going to go for glory again today. Not if the bunch is this big contesting it. I suspect that he might change his thinking a little bit. And back in 2018 as well, Peter Sagan, we saw a couple of Slovakian flags on the side of the road a while ago. Second to him, Alexander Kristoff, and Arnaud Demar, as I mentioned, knows the finish in Valence. Can he remember? Can he go a couple of places better today? It's of the race, given that Jonas Vingegaard has looked better and better over the last couple of days. Suggestions that he indeed was actually seemed to get Mont Ventoux even slightly better than Tadej Pogacar, even though Pogacar
يغريتو تعزبتي صورة تعزبتنا يغريت عند حتتنا دقيمو نتورك دا شجرنا يتنيحو كان دكتور عزو وطنا حجون تمريسنا لنا يتوهم سبسكرايب كومنت شير لايك نقبرنا نعبيها لا تعبي بجول لي يا ميلان هلكم هم الرياض زغرمي تعلم صوم كلهم تم كان دي سمي عدما زين دلو
He was the least happy I've seen him on this tour. He's been in great, even though he's been not able to fully compete with Pogacar, he's been in great spirits in the interviews at the end of stages and been mischievous and quite funny. Yesterday, he was not. He was in a really foul mood with the guy who'd obviously just walked across the road trying to get a picture of Pogacar and not looked at anyone else.
Yeah, frustrating. We haven't seen any images of that crash or how bad it looked. He says he's absolutely fine after it, but he was hopping, Matt, and clearly he was suggesting that those with accreditation at the finish line, where they're charged with the job of bringing us these wonderful images, nonetheless need to be a little bit more mindful. Some need to be a little bit more careful than they are by times. More mindful. Some need. It all turns into a collective, doesn't it? The media get blamed for everything. All photographers are blamed for the actions of one, and etc., etc. All motos tow some riders, according to some riders. Quentin Pache looks pretty good. Abrahamson, no surprise there. Borgado in the break again. Albanese, what a great season he's having. Great moment for him. His first year with the EF Education Easy Pro squad. Did a year with the Arkea B&B Hotels last year and has sort of leapt up to. It feels like leaping up to the EF Education Easy Pro squad. He's managed to take a great success, stage victory at Tour de Suisse in June, fending off the local hero Fabio Christen and Lewis Askey. Quinn Simmons fourth on that stage. And it was the first signal, really, that Quinn Simmons is going to be a major factor in Tour de France 2025. Albanese now making his contribution. Gap solid for these riders. 110, their advantage, but it's, well, not going to be enough. They're going to need more some way, somehow, and they're already, it appears to me, starting to step on the gas a little bit. I haven't seen the average speed lately. I must look at the road book to see, are we back on the closer to the middle schedule? It was sort of hovering around the slowest schedule for a little while.
It's just the vieil village, the old village of La Loupi.
Not the Nouvelle one. Yeah.
Not the new one, which comes down underneath. But this one's slowly but surely it was abandoned in the early 20th century. But then it was involved in a bit of a pitched battle during this Second World War with the American armies towards the end of August 1944. 650 shells fired by the German and American armies here, and it looks as though it's had a new lease of life as a consequence.
Remarkable, isn't it, that a period of violence might actually, lead to a rejuvenation. That's not normally the way, is it? Often the other goes entirely the other way. It certainly looks as if they've done a nice job on repairing it. That's certainly the case for the Lidl Trek squad. They repaired that situation. Jonathan Milat, having been off the back more than a minute at one stage, safely ensconced, fifth in line. Shackman and Nace doing the legwork at the moment. Quinn Simmons is available as well. And the Lidl Trek squad happy enough to take command as well. They might. Having said that, they've got one stage win from the sprints, and Soudal Quick-Step, well, they're also contributing, of course. Merlier has too. and indeed 4 stage victories in total for Sedal Quickstep. And they've done it with 3 different riders, and they don't often do it on summit finishes either. I think that was one of the very few summit finish victories, if not the first one, for Sedal Quickstep, or that particular team, and it's been some various different monikers over the years, managed to achieve in their history.
I've just seen that the latest weather forecasts coming through is that there is heavy rain predicted in Valence in 40 minutes time.
Well, that's just, I mean, it might make things interesting, but it's certainly not what the riders will want, and that's just going to make the finale just that little bit sketchier than anyone would want 2.5 weeks into the toughest race of all.
Well, and also, Rob Hatch is currently out in Paris with Sean Kelly. Said that he was off just going for a little recon of Sunday stage, and he just said that obviously the Champs-Elysees, the road never gets any better, even though they put a lovely bike lane in it now. He said, but the weather forecast for Paris at the moment on Sunday evening is for rain again, and that is going to make that even more treacherous.
Yeah. Charging along in pursuit of this breakaway, making plans for a big sprint at the end of today's 17th stage. Mountains beckon for the next couple of days after this. We've got oh, there's another that giant inflatable that they carry around France, unless practically every town and village has a roundabout with the big inflatable man. Find that a little unlikely, but who knows?
The old Cyclops.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm assuming he's advertising something.
Yeah. Well, he's very well travelled, it has to be said. I wonder which one of those camper vans they put him on the roof of. Yes, the weather forecast, potentially it's going to close in on the riders' day. I wonder what Ineos Grenadiers have planned for the rest of the stage.
For the last climb, you're going to have more tailwind, and then it's like cross tail all the way till 10k to go. Then cross head from 10k to go, and the finish straight is more tailwind.
Well, if that's not a recipe for a little bit of racing, I don't know what is. And Zach Dempster gives the news to an Ineos Grenadiers squad that clearly do not want to get involved in a finish that includes Jonathan Milan or Tim Merlier. And they'd very likely, ideally, like to reduce the number of this main peloton. So a little bit of tailwind as we approach our second and final classified climb of the day. That's a little bit about 6-7 kilometres to go before we reach the foot of that 3.5 kilometre climb. Caden Groves got up the climb pretty well last time of asking. He was in the front part of the peloton, and he'll have plans for first stage victory today. We caught up with him a little earlier.
How's that going to work heading into the last few Ks?
Yeah, it's because Jonas here, so he incredibly experienced and knows what to do. But for me, it's about leading, probably trying to take the wheel of a Merlier or a Milan, and taking the sprint like that. It's not too super technical in the final kilometre, but we do have a series of roundabouts in the last 3k.
And what about that final corner? Well, where ideally would you want to be in that final corner, given what you know about the wind, etc.?
Yeah, I think it should be tailwind. So final corner, you probably want to be around. Well, it depends on lead outs, of course, but probably top 5 wheels, top 10 maximum.
It's been a hard tour. How are you feeling physically now?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. Every day, I think around the 3rd week, you need to kind of ride into the stage, and find a good feeling. But yesterday, finished the stage with a good feeling, and hope to have the same legs today.
Good stuff. Thank you very much. Have a good one.
Thanks, mate.
A nice clear analysis there from Caden Groves of the Abis Koenig squad. He's won 9 Grand Tour stages in his career to this point, a couple in Italy and a string of them in the Vuelta a España. He'd really like to get the full set today, and Caden Groves knows what he needs to do. He needs to be in a position of maximum opportunity through that final bend, as Matt Stevens mentioned there in his question. There's 90-degree left with about 600 metres remaining. It's the final impediment. We do have a roundabout on the way into the conclusion as well, which is certainly going to get their attention. And for Caden Groves and all the sprinters, the next job of work is to make sure that you stay as close to the front as possible and try not to get detached on this next little climb coming.
Yeah, I don't know whether you were privy to Adam Blythe's interview with Steve Cummings.
No, we didn't hear that on Eurosport. Yeah, that's Adam Blythe, of course, who's on the moto for us this week, but he's also working with our sister channel TNT.
Yeah, he was just asking Steve Cummings about the run-in, and Steve Cummings was just saying the major pinch point comes with 700 metres to go. There are several pinch points, as we see the average speed so far today. Several pinch points along the way, but he said you need to be in the top 3 or 4 riders at that moment. 700 metres to go if you want to win today's stage.
It's extremely simple. Trouble is, everybody knows that. It's what creates the chaos. And everybody wants to try and time it, and they want to make sure that they're timing their lead outs and their appearance on the front. And it just creates this extraordinary washing machine effect. Pace down to 36 kilometres an hour at the moment. A little bit of a drag. And as you can see, we've got a little bit of crosswind there. That Spanish flag just giving us the Grenadou of Britannia, giving us a little bit of a signal, and the riders almost instantly sweep across the road. It's a narrow road. It's going to be potentially problematic to try and maintain a position. And this could create a little bit of excitement. Julian Alaphilippe tracks over the right-hand side of the road and thinks better of the idea of going into the right-hand gutter. So you overlap the wheel and put yourself over to the right-hand side. It can be suddenly you're riding along in the middle of a wheat field. Is it a field of wheat? I'm not sure what crops might be in evidence here.
I think these are. I think there's some of them are sunflowers. We are just getting towards the end of their best.
Good wine country.
Really good wine country down here, Declan. Yeah, we have been past loads of vineyards, and yeah, I think those sunflowers that are just not looking up at the sun because it's not out, I think. But yeah, the wines around here, Côte d'Aron Village, standard Côte d'Aron's, wonderful wines like Vaquira and Gigondas. Yeah, I mean, one of, if not my favourite wine region in France.
Not a bad place for a bike race either. Thanks very much, Jonathan, for your help. We look forward to your contribution and your thoughts at the end of today's broadcast. Who will you be heralding up on the podium? Will it be Kenton Pache? Will there be any of the riders from the breakaway? Ryan Smith's back in harness to run the rule over the riders. And these breakaway riders are heading now towards the second climb of the day with a little bit of work to do. They've worked hard to try and maintain their position out front. The first to be viewed by these fans who've spent most of the day here. Easier, of course, to get a vantage point on flat section of road or into the village, small towns and villages. A little bit more complicated on the big mountains, which everyone wants to go on. For the French, they're often, French fans are often not that bothered about going up in the big mountains. They're happy enough. Oh, big crash in the peloton. And would you believe it? Julian Alaphilippe, and she's frustrated. And Tati mentioned that he didn't want to end up. And that is surely about the crosswinds. He ends up over on the left-hand side. If any riders, bikes ended up over that wall, well, that's a series of riders implicated by that former world champion Julian Alaphilippe. Carlos Rodriguez, of course, in the top 10. 66 here, and he escort him back into the peloton. So difficult moment for Carlos Rodriguez. Brian Smith there, and sort of leisurely approach to the mountain. All seemed relatively calm and collected, but just that little bit of crosswind.
Here we go, Bini.
Well,
wait to see a replay of that. It looked to me as if it was just a case of it was just a little bit too relaxed. And when it gets a little bit too relaxed, it means that some riders are just putting the brakes on. It just happens, yeah. 3/4 away behind the peloton. Unfortunately for Alaphilippe, who's in the
አደገኛ
roadside there,
መዕጸፊ
but,
ግን
Total Energy's rider
ከባድ
asking. He didn't really fall over. He just kind of went onto the grass. But the Total Energy's rider there just trying to help out, and Alaphilippe kicks out. Not a gentlemanly response from a world champion.
He still welded to that with right pedal, wasn't he? Of course, professional racing cyclists will set the ski binding of that clipless pedal, as it's called, as just about as tight as you can possibly get it, because they don't want to pull a foot out, and it can happen with the violence of the efforts that they're making regularly to try to sort of pull the pedal and push the pedal and trying to respond to every attack means that they certainly are as
48 ኪሎ ሜትር ተሪፎም አለው
those clipless pedals. Julian Alaphilippe has a little bit of chasing to do, the former world champion. Just a little bit frustrated as he sort of tumbles onto the grass verge on the left-hand side of the road there, but he's safely back in his bike. Should be able to fix that problem.
Yeah, well, you said it's a tumble. He just tumbled over. When that happens, your feet stay in. It doesn't take a lot to get your foot out. It's just a twist of the ankle, and it comes out nice and easy. No matter how strongly you're in the pedal, so it's just a case of he just kind of fell over a little bit, soft landing, so he wasn't too much affected by it. But I think he took his frustrations out in the Total Energies rider, which was not nice to see.
عباي بجلة حمدة بيعزلها
as it was Gachinot.
No, Gachinot. Talking about Gachinot, is suffering with stomach issues. So hopefully he's fully recovered. I doubt he has fully recovered because he had the food poisoning 2 days ago. He had an horrific ride all the way and up that Mont Ventoux yesterday. Managed to survive, last man to finish, but you don't get over that too quickly, do you? So Gachinot, I think, is looking for a handy sprint stage today to just try and stay in contention and continue to rest and repair. Philippe within 20 seconds or so of the back of the peloton, probably a bit closer to the back of the peloton at this point. It looks as things currently stand. Solid, and it's going to take a little while before he arrives at a particular camper van. Plenty of fans of Lulu out on the roads of the Drum region here as the first four continue to toil in what's fairly overcast conditions. The temperatures are nudging 30 degrees Celsius. I think we saw, 28.9 or something, which is incredibly specific, you'd have to say, as a maximum temperature likely to be reached by the riders today. They'll be grateful certainly for the cloud cover, but less grateful, I think, for the fact that the few thunderheads in the distance, and the word is that the rain is coming to the finish line today. Let's hope it manages to hold off, but Valence, destination points.
كبرات تقطعتلكي
Get through the cold.
بجلنا بسلسة تمايلالا عباي بجلة بالاتهم كابزم قديمهم زلو ناي حدا دقنا
3.5% average. A series of ramps here to categorize time.
جونا على فليب جن ناي حدا دقنا سايم بيقول له مالك إزاي مالك جونا على فليب ينفع بده فوزون كحدا هابتهم دفعنا ولا تستاندي زون حدا يدفع الحمد لله.
The only rider that's having a little bit of difficulty, Mathis Louvel on his first time off the back of the peloton today. No time to shout to fans on the left-hand side there, maintaining a discreet and respectful distance from their hero. Maybe didn't quite realise that he was off the back. No panic at the moment. So far, no sign of a little bit of shenanigans. We're not seeing the Ineos Grenadiers squad showing the sort of intensity that we saw from them on the last climb. Neither too Is there any sign of the Movistar squad? And you kind of think, because the climb is only 3.5 kilometres, if they're going to do something, they need to do it from the bottom of the hill.
Yeah, the hardest climb was already done, and that's where Ines Grenadier is trying to break the peloton up, and almost kind of breaking themselves. In the end, others took advantage, of course, on the workload of Ines Grenadiers. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see what they were trying to do, because I don't think they were going to ride away from the majority of the peloton there. I would probably go on there and maybe did what Movistar did yesterday: start the ball rolling, start the attacks, and get everybody involved. But I just think that the other teams were strong enough to control that situation.
Now, there is finally a little bit of shenanigans, but immediately, as you might expect, it's the Lidl Trek squad that appear on the front, and Jonathan Milan is giving himself plenty of slippage at the moment, so no implications there. What's this all about?
Well, this is Michael Woods. I thought when I saw him up there towards the front, he may have been starting to think about Pascal Ackermann, start to ride a little bit. I can't believe for 1 minute that they're coming up here thinking of doing what Lidl Ines Grenadiers tried to do on the previous climb. You see that they have got numbers towards the front. I'd only think that Ackermann definitely is their man today. He's not had a top three in a sprint, but in this company, I think he could do well. Another rider, they could do rather well. So I don't think you're going to get rid of Jonas Milan and Tim Merlier on this climb.
Only Pascal Ackermann's second Tour de France. Here's Wout van Aert. This looks to me a little bit like an attack. Can he ride across a 58 seconds gap? Well, we were suggesting they change tack a little bit, and that we wouldn't see riders taking their own personal ambitions into account from the Visma Lease bike squad. And Wout van Aert said as well that it would need to be, or at least the hint, or at least what I took from what he said, the inference from his comments that I made, was that he basically believes that it needs to be a significantly thinned out group in order for him to really have a chance of success today. He's decided to, as I say, take matters into his own hands. Looking to ride across a minute gap. It's Wout van Aert on the attack on the way to Valence. And now a response, and it looks as if this is about backing Ackermann here. Pascal Ackermann, multi-stage winner, of course, in Giro d'Italia. Best place finish this year in his second appearance in the Tour de France. He has a fourth. He also has an 8th place finish. Signal of green shoots there, and the return to form maybe for Ackermann.
Yeah, I think so. I think that would be their best bet. I don't think anybody's going to break up the peloton and the run in towards the finish now. But I was a bit critical of Ines Grenadiers, and I'm going to be the same with Wout van Aert. What's he doing? The 2 big climbing days coming up, and there's a case of whether he's going to sprint or whether he's going to save the legs today for what potentially is going to be 2 big days in the Tour de France. They have to think that there's a possibility of gaining time in Pogacar, but they're going to need the all might of their time and place the riders like they did yesterday in kind of stepping stones. So I really don't know what Wout van Aert is doing here.
Yeah, tactics a little bit confusing, but what he is doing, he's doing very quickly indeed, because he's reduced the advantage of the 4 out front to less than half a minute at this point, and that was extremely quick. He's put 20 seconds into the peloton. Peloton stretched thin, but not absolutely flat chat, because they want to keep their sprinters in hand, albeit it's almost a sprinter's hill, isn't it? It's a relatively short climb, 3.5 kilometres, and the leaders down to the final 500 metres. Van Aert is coming across here by the looks of things.
Yeah, he knows he's putting a bigger effort in here. He knows that to make it easier for him, he comes across quicker, he comes across on the climb, because anything after the climb will be a little bit harder.
You want to get it done as quickly as possible. It's a big investment of energy, and then he can recover a bit and then go again. Now, the riders up front, Vincenzo Albanese. You'll be getting the word that one of the best known riders in world cycling wants to come and play. He takes the point, such as it is. No interest in the King of the Mountains competition. And by the way, Lenny Martinez level on points at the top with Tadej Pogacar after yesterday's assault on Ventoux. Pogacar leads that classification by dint of his the points he's claimed on all category climbs relative to Martinez. But Martinez is wearing that jersey on behalf of the yellow jersey holder.
Van Aert
didn't quite make it. Finds himself about a half a minute down. Is the descent going to be favourable to him? And the Lidl track squad looking over their shoulders to make sure that this is a pace that Jonathan Milan can handle, and he's kind of disappeared from the front. Well, you might expect, really. But that peloton ought to be large enough that he has enough. Oh, he's third in line. Third in line, yeah, sorry, apologies for that.
That's when he actually got his specs in.
What a bad idea, in actual fact. I could just go another 3 inches closer to the world's biggest monitor here. He's certainly well there. So that'll give you an indication, I suppose, of how demanding that climb was, because definitely not the best climber in the world, but that was a sprinter's climb. So again, the tactics of the Visibility bike squad remain curious, but interesting nonetheless, and definitely keeping us amused. Well, the Visibility bike team, more or less entirely touring along in the wake of the yellow jersey. Tadej Pogacar, as Jonas Vingegaard for company, and others from the Dutch registered team. Chatting a little bit about that crash for Jonas Vingegaard after the finish line yesterday. Not particularly quick. We didn't see it, so we don't know how physically implicated he was. He said he was absolutely fine after, but he was a little bit grumpy about it.
He said he damaged his shoulder. So I don't know how bad that is, but he said the photographer came out in the middle of the road, helm, and done some damage to his shoulder. So I've not heard anything this morning about any update in that at all. So, but looking at that and looking back on yesterday, I thought Vingegaard was good. Pogacar was good. Okay, he said he was on his limit a few times, but so was Vingegaard. But I think earlier on in the Pyrenees, I think Pogacar dominated that. He kind of dominated the race pretty much from the start, so that's when he's kind of gained his time. But yesterday, it looked as if they were pretty even Stevens from where I was sitting, and if that continues tomorrow, then he's going to hope that, for a miracle, and for that to happen, you're going to have to use your whole team. Place them in front as your satellite riders, drop them back at certain stages to see what he's doing in the climb yesterday, and try and break Pogacar. But this is what I'm saying, this big effort from Wout van Aert today is, for me, a crazy one. So, he's using up a lot of energy. Even if he was going to go and think about going to the sprint, well, he didn't tweet about it, so I don't think he would go and risk anything. But he'd want to save something as well. So it's for me, it's like a bit of a kind of crazy situation. Why he would go on the attack now and try to go across to what I've said before is going to be a doomed breakaway.
Yeah, it does seem a little odd, and he's not making any progress. He's back out to 36 seconds, having got to within about 26, 27. Looked almost inevitable, actually, that he was coming across. You wouldn't necessarily say that just now. Mind you, we're still on a descending road.
But that's what I was saying, Declan. He was trying to do it on the climb to make it easier for himself. Anything after the climb is going to be harder.
It was a great tester a few years ago in Tour de France. We'll see when the road levels off a little bit, whether I'll just come back to him. 20 seconds of an advantage over the main peloton, but still our four out front. Less than a minute advantage over the big group at the moment, heading towards the finish. Down the back of the main peloton, Lewis Askey has done loads of work. And the Gravana FDJ man, who collected a few bottles not so long ago, could well be heading back to the car to get a few more. Got to stay warm, got to stay nourished and rehydrated. Peloton not willing to allow Wout van Aert up the road. They just don't want to see sort of an extra injection, fresh legs going into that breakaway. Even though it's less than a minute of an advantage with 37.5 kilometers to go. It's a 3-week race, and Jonas Vingegaard seems to be getting better. Tadej Pogacar not as dominant as he was. Kind of look back to 2020, Primož Roglic cruising to glory. There was a penultimate daytime trial and a complete swap of the Slovenians and Tadej Pogacar. I mean, it remains one of the most memorable events in Tour de France history. Is there sort of the memory of that? It needs to be sort of sustaining Jonas Vingegaard, the knowledge that this is a race that you do have to sort of spread out over 21 stages.
What it was like, I was there that day, and yeah, it was an incredible stage. The time trial, the Planche de Belleville, reminiscent of the Vignon Le Mans situation in Paris for the time trial from Versailles onto the Champs-Élysées, but I think Pogacar is looking good. It's about, I think Pogacar is learning now that he doesn't have to do the kind of big efforts, he doesn't have to do the big showboating. I said in the climb yesterday, it will really depend on how the yellow jerseys will determine who wins the stage, and he wasn't showboating, he was following, and he was being a bit more measured, and I think that's a change in Pogacar. He's already shown, he's already won stages of this, he's already kind of dominated it, he's well in front in the general classification, so it's a case of just kind of follow. Of course he wanted to win in yellow and Ventoux yesterday, but whether he could or not, we're never going to know, but at the end of the day, it was I think Pogacar has got this one. I said it quite a few days ago that this was done and dusted barring any major incident. But I think he's still well in control of this. But what has changed is Vingegaard is got up. Yeah, he's got up to almost the kind of same level as Pogacar now. Looks rather wet.
Now start the raining at 10k to go. 10k to go. Start the rain now at 10k to go.
Depressing news for so many riders in that main peloton, because roads are going to get a bit shinier as we get closer to the finale. The temperatures have been pared back and dampened down, you might say, by the cloud cover today, but also brings with it a few thunderheads and the potential for rain. And we're hearing 10k to go, and potentially all the way to the finish line. We could have damp roads. It's going to make it a sketchy finale. It's going to make it stressful for so many riders.
Yeah, it definitely makes it a little bit more dangerous. Like you said, with the wet roads, but you have to deal with what you've got. You can see that there's a bit of dampness in the road already. So yeah, coming into a town of Valence, that final corner, 600 metres to go, the kind of roundabouts and things like that, it does add another element to this final, which is always going to be stressful, but a little bit more stressful now.
Champs-Élysées winner in 23, Jordi Meus. He's lost his lead-out man, Danny Van Poppel. What are his thoughts ahead of today's stage?
Jordi, after speaking to you over a week ago, you're going through a bit of a bad patch. You seem to be smiling today. You feeling a lot better?
Yes, I have to say, since a couple of days the feeling is a lot better. Also, I don't need bandages anymore, which saves me a lot of time to rest up more. So yeah, I look forward to today, and I hope it will be a sprint.
And what is the plan for the team today? Of course, you've got two riders in the top 10. You've got yourself for the sprint. So how will the team look at their resource today?
I think the final is it's not bad to manage both. For sure, we have to be bubbled up in the hilly part, let's say. But then the last 10 to 15k are all on wide roads.
not a lot of wind, so I think the NGC part of the team can more or less relax a little bit in the back, not take too many risks, and then me and Mick van Dijk and Lawrence Biddy will try to prepare the sprint.
And can you describe the final few kilometres? It looks like there's a few roundabouts and a tight left-hander.
Yeah, exactly. I think from 4K to go, we have 2, 3, 4 roundabouts. And then with 700 meters, we have a tight left turn. We'll go to one lane there. So I think that one will be crucial.
And a tailwind finish as well, so a possibility of somebody going long today.
Yeah, exactly. I think the guys who won the sprints here, Milan and Merlier, they like to make it a long sprint always. And now with the tailwind, will even be more in their favor. So I guess they will launch early.
Have a good one today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good analysis there from Joni Meus, who's going for glory, looking for a second stage success in Tour de France. To go with that Champs-Élysées victory from 2023. As I mentioned, his lead-out man, Danny Van Poppel, part of the race to be with his partner, who gave birth to their second child yesterday. And Meus, the Red Bull Born Hansgrohe squad, divided, as he mentioned, in their objectives in this race. Go for stage honours with Meus today, but also they need to look after Florian Lipovic, who sits third overall. Primož Roglic in fine fifth. And there's Melissa Max. So they're equipped. Van Aert has dropped back into the World Cup race in the main peloton as Jonas Vingegaard tracks on in the wheels at the moment. A little bit of extra anxiety that comes with those wet roads. They're already starting to see some of the dampness that probably are on either side of the road from those spectators. Staying present to see the tour. Temperatures back to a manageable 21 degrees. But it's going to be a sketchy finale, but 5K, that's the big destination point for the GC riders. Yeah, I can say the last 5K. Pedestrians on the road again. Look at, I said a few minutes ago that it was always going to be very nervy in the running because this is potentially last chance for a lot of the sprinters. Of course, Merlier has had a couple, Milan's already had one, but so many other riders that don't. And like I said right from the start, Declan, if you got a sprinter that he sprints and you want to be able to sprint, that's why I thought this was always a nailed-on sprint. Right from the start, it was never going to be a breakaway day. So I think a few teams and riders will take a few more risks. So I'm just making my way back onto the back of the peloton for this final, and the rain is coming down. It's not super cold, so if it starts raining, the road should dry quickly. And he did say, I'm sprinting today. He's come back in the peloton, but I think that move that he went on was to try and open the race, to hope to maybe get some guys go with him, cause a little bit of chaos. But on your own bike, a smart enough rider to know that in these situations, you need to have people around you. It's headwind, it's cross headwind, the wind is picking up a little bit as well. So coming into this finish, I believe he'll be there if he's in the right position. But the roads at the minute, they are wet, they are slippery, and it could cause a little bit of chaos. I'll get back to you commentators while I put my visor down. Ciao. Cheers, Aaron. Put your visor down and get your sword and shield ready for a big old scrap to the finish line here in Valence. It was an interesting little foray out front from interesting, I said crazy, and I'll still stick with that crazy. If he's sprinting today, why'd you do that? Where he went on the climb and he went some pace. How are you supposed to take riders with you when you do that? It's you have to do it a little bit more like Movistar did yesterday. Just maybe not on the climb, maybe at different parts. Just try do something, but yeah, I just didn't think it was crazy. If he wants to sprint, well, that's just a waste of effort in my book. The other thing about the running, we're going to be there in 40 minutes. The roads aren't going to dry up. It's going to be wet and they're running towards the finish. And yeah, you've got the spray in the face. You've got pressure on you to deliver a sprint. You've got some roundabouts. You've got that left-hand corner with
600 metres to go. Everybody knows that they want to be in good position. Just watch that sign again. But yeah, it's going to be a really nippy run into the finish. And like Adam says, I just hope everybody stays rubber side up. But good to see yesterday's stage winner trying to help out. We heard from Tom Steele's. It's the first time he's been with this team. He was with Decathlon last year and decided with their investment he wanted to go to Sudal Quickstep
because they needed climbers for it.
Yeah, that's it. They probably offered him some good money to go there, and he's done nothing in the race so far. It pops up and wins a great stage, and you know, to hear him, Tom Steele say it's a pleasure to have in the team. He's done nothing. They keep on telling him to do nothing. Wait for the big mountains in the final week. To keep someone back is hard because I've been there with Steve Cummings. Hold them back as much as possible. These guys are like Coy Springs. They want to race. They want to get involved.
And he wants to contribute. I mean, it was all hands to the pump there, wasn't it? And he just felt really grateful for the help I got yesterday. So I'll just give a turn here. Just something, yeah, just to try and just contribute to the effort. They're looking for 5th stage victory of the week. They've had 4 already, 3 delivered by 3 separate riders, which is pretty impressive. They've managed one in the time trial, one in the sprints, 2 in the sprints. I was about to ask actually whether this weather might just help this breakaway group survive for a little bit longer. It might in some way be of benefit to them.
The rain does have a little bit of benefit to the riders that are in front. Just watch. I've seen these things happen before. The riders go through the
Fortunately,
he was very aware of that. Riders from time to time go through the back window of team cars.
Davis Finney, I suppose, being probably one of the best known himself.
So that was, he just, the rider, it's the onus of the rider, not the car. I've been in situations where I've had, I think it was Torreno again, I had about 20 riders on the bumper. They'd all stop for a natural break and they'd come up and they were on my bumper. And Peter Sagan came from the left-hand side and he moved, even if he looked, he moved to the right-hand side to come out over to the right. And what am I going to do? Split second, am I going to put the brakes on, risk the guys crashing into the back of me? Or am I going to squeeze past and maybe touch Peter Sagan? I decided to squeeze past him, and I did squeeze past him. It must have been centimetres I missed him by, but I had to think of the guys on the bumper at the time.
Yeah, it's really you've got to have eyes everywhere, haven't you? When you've got riders on the bumper, it's quite the skill. Almost, I mean, the vast majority of drivers in this peloton will have. Or in the cavalcade behind the peloton will have raced at some level, usually a professional standard, and understanding the needs of the riders around you is a huge job. It's not, I mean, it is an amazing art. It's quite the art to ride on the bumper, and it's another art as well to be able to drive and just accelerate very gently, slow down very, very gently, make really, obvious movements as slowly as possible.
Well, in the last few kilometres, we started to see Picnic Post NL come up there, thinking of Pavel Bittner, and also Lotto come up in the reds. As we can clearly see, the gap is less than a minute, so no real danger. No, why would you? Because I get asked this, why would you do it if there's no reason to do it? It's another kind of unwritten rule, so to speak. It's, you have to earn the right to fight. In other words, you put a rider there, it puts a little bit of pressure on the sprinter, like we're starting to ride for. You just one ride. It's not going to make a huge amount of difference to be able to bring these 4 riders back at 53 seconds, but it's just putting a little bit of pressure on your sprinter and telling everybody, we're here to race for the win.
Yeah, you got to switch on your sprinter and command the respect of the peloton as well, so that they're less likely to shut a door.
put a rider up, there is a bit of kind of grievance from time to time that some teams, if they don't ride and they win the sprints, then it doesn't go down too well with some of the other sprinters teams, because they question, why didn't you guys work? You did nothing all day and you win the sprints. That's not right. So there's a bit of kind of gamesmanship when it comes to that.
Ashe pressing on to try and take something a little bit special. He must know there's an element of folly about this, but there's a beautiful futility to the early move in the Tour de France. 33-year-old from France, one of two Frenchmen. Their 4-man breakaway still clear of the field. 25k to go. I think 45 seconds is quite going to be enough today. Bogado also up front for the Total Energy. Stage winner Paris-Nice a few years ago. Second on the stage of Tour de France 2 years ago, behind Jon Izagir.
Steady here, lads.
Tiptoe.
Can you go both sides? Yes, you can. Milan goes left. Probably the longest way around.
Well, still 25 to go, but they might have to make a little bit of an effort to move back up. Nonetheless, discretion the better part of valor there. Now the Jersey Tadej Pogacar staying well to the fore. Well to the aft is Anders Leknesund for the UnoX squad. Norwegian national champion was much in evidence yesterday. Today want to be got through. A bit of a contrast in speeds between the front and the near chasers. Milan looks better today, doesn't he? He seems to be able to move up and down the group with a little bit greater ease. Seems pretty focused.
Yesterday was a bit more grippy with the speeds. You're talking about first hour at 54, and then it's that kind of surface in the run up towards the final. It's always a Provence. It just seems a heavy road. This is a little bit quicker as we squeeze through this wee village. Pretty village it is.
Of course, Alficin ገለመለ ከህዱም ወፍቱን ፎሊየም ምክንያቱም ከቲያም ስፕሪንተራቶም ወጨም ስለዘለ ግን ባለ
parasols are parapluie today as the weather conditions close in a little bit. And Quinn Simmons redoubles his efforts. Mohoric is back. One of the best bike handlers in the business. Still renowned for that Milan-San Remo victory, of course. That came with an impressive descent of the Poggio. Dropper seat post, of course. The sales for road bikes increased for a moment or two. To do with the integrated seat posts and different designs that they have these days. These riders have worked well together.
The peloton have given them plenty of respect, especially with Abrahamsen winning as well. His stage one just testament to what he can do, and Schmidt hung on to give UnoX their first ever victory in the Tour de France. So, and we heard earlier on that he was in his Grenadier saying with Abrahamsen it would be good to try and get a rider in here, but I just think it was always even if Axel Laurence got here, I think the sprinters teams would always come to the front. They left majority of it up to Lido-Trek and of course Soudal Quickstep, but yeah, many teams now get involved with the chase behind.
Arrive now, Ricardo. The last corner to the left is a narrow. It's narrow. I spoke with Matteo because that Matteo before the start look at the video, the last place.
So Matteo Trentin's been here before, and the Tour de Pro cycling team having a look, and who will they back today? Will it be Matteo Trentin, fifth, already in a stage of Tour de France this year? Unlikely to be for Alberto Dainese, you would expect, albeit to 8th, his best achievement so far. It's all lined out. Tour de France line out. It has been a relatively manageable pace set today, albeit it's continuing to rise as the day is going on. 25.6, so we're nudging the middle schedule now, given that we were slower than the slowest schedule for the first hour or so, fair to say. This is brisk. These riders on the back, he's kind of riding along in the wheel on St. Martin's Dyke. It is, just finds himself going out the back, absolutely nothing he could do about coming around Luke Plapp there. Luke Plapp going back to the car. It's unusual to see a rider of his strength.
I just think he's got nothing left. I think it's just an individual that's found it very difficult. You've got to remember he rode the Giro d'Italia as well. Got a good stage win. And I think it just might be a step too far.
Yeah, Luke Plapp's on the attack before the second rest day. Getting involved in everything that was happening at that stage, but it's a long 3 weeks. It's a long day out for these riders. Left very shortly after kilometre 0, and Kenton Pache showing the effort.
Oh, the only other explanation of Luke Plapp is 20k's to go. I'm just going to roll in and think of the next few days.
Yeah, it might be a wise and judicious use of his energy resources. Begin the recovery a little bit earlier on, knowing he'll have a safe road, and some riders will do that.
كان تጻወتي ናይ ባሕቂ ጽቡቕ ተጻወተ ያን ተጻወተ ግን ከም መጀመርያ ኻድ ምኸለው ከም ደዕወቱስ ፍሉጥ ነይሩ ግን ፕሮሞሽን ነተን ጋንታታው ና አድቨርታይዝ ንገለ ክራዩ ስለዝደለየ ንቕድሚ ዳወፅ እምበር ከም
potentially an issue. A little bit more head cross as we heard from now to the final kilometres. To go. Leknesson wants to track the wheels of the others, and everybody, well, huge number of these riders just want to get home at this point. How many teams have genuine lead outs still available? And that's the other thing, isn't it? It's not just your sprinter, but it's your sprint train. I mean, everything about it. I mean, what sort of state of repair is it going to be in halfway through the last week?
I think the best one was Abis, and they've lost the top sprinter and the top lead out man. So I still think that they have got still a decent enough lead out. But I think Lido Trek have got the better one. Of course, they've been doing a lot of work today. So I'm kind of half expecting that we'll see a Lido Trek with numbers, Abis with numbers. But look at the Israel Premier Tech. They do have numbers, and they've got Pascal Ackermann, the German rider, and I think they'll be definitely looking at trying to help out. Picnic goes then out. Well, look after Oscar only first, and then 100%. You know, Pavel Bittner. The way that Tobias Lund and Pavel Bittner. Stage 3 was good, and I messaged Bittner afterwards, and you know, he did admit that.
Of course, Alpecin Vanderpool ስለዝወፀ ሕጂ ጽቡቕ ሊድ ኣውት ናቶም እዩ ነይሩ ግን ለማዓንቲ ክንደይ ናይ
is all great, but sometimes the plan doesn't work because you've got so many variables and other teams. What you want from your sprinters to be able to sprint first and foremost, right? So you want to put them in that position to be able to sprint. The last thing you want to hear is
እምበር ብምሎም ቶም ሊድ ኣውት ክገብሩ ዝኽእሉ ተፃወቲ ዳርጋ የለዎም ክንብል ንኽእል ኢና ናይ ሎማዓንቲ ፀወታ ዳርጋ በብዳንጋ ኸያ ማለት
You want to be able to sprint, so sometimes yeah, you can get carried away a little bit. In a tailwind sprint you can go a little bit longer, but the door opens, and that's what happened in the third stage with Picnic. They went for it and he got a good stage placing, but if he'd have maybe kind of held back a little bit, he might have got better and maybe within a chance of the win. So it's all about definitely positioning, timing and sprinting. But tailwind sprints, you can go a little bit further.
ናይ ባሕቂ ቢንያም
Yeah, I mean,
ግርማይ
that's until I
ቢኒ
mean that the thinking being, of
ንዝናብ
course, and
ዝኸይድ
this is
ዘሎ ኣምላኽ
how the
ይሓልዎ ኢኻ
riders
ትብል
feel it,
ሕጂ
is that
ምውዳቕ ወይ
there's
ሚንሸርታት ክህልዎ
less of a
ኽእሊ
draft effect, so the rider
ዳርጋ
behind is
ብምሎም
not
ከም
going to be able to
ዓበይቲ
stay there
ዘለዋ
for an
ክለባት
extended
ዳርጋ
period of time. The
ትበልናቶም
rider on the front is
ተፃወቲ
going to
ዳርጋ
have a slightly more
ዝሃልዩ
similar
ከመይ
experience to the
ክትብል
rider
ትኽእል
in the
ኢኻ
wheel, so you can't sprint. But it doesn't
ምክንያቱ
mean that if you were going to
ናይ ዮናታን ሚላን
open it up
ጋንታን
with 200 to go, now
ዮናታን
you can
ሚላን
suddenly
ከውፅኡ
open it
ዝኽእል
at
ዕመን
500 to go. It's a
ላዕልን
matter
ታሕቱን
of
ክብሉ ኢሎም
25-30 meters either way.
ኣንፍሲሉ
Yeah,
ዳውት
I
የብሎምን
think the longest I've seen about
ሎቶውን
maybe
ያን
300
ያህል
meters
ስፕሪንተር ስለዘይብሎ
with Tim Melly and the likes, and he likes that
ካብ
element
ጉዳይ
of
ዳርጋ
surprise.
ናብ ቢኒ
So if he's
ከይሰጣ
there and
እናፈታ
thereabouts,
ኣይፀርፍን
he
ፅቡቅ
gets
ቦታ
himself
እንድሕር
and
ሒዙ
then he goes first, and
ኣምላኽ
then
ካ እንድሕር ተሓዊሶ
by that
ሎማ
time
ዓንቲ
when you react to it,
ክስታይናት ኒያ
it's
ማለት
over because you're talking about just over a 10-second effort. And
እዚኦም
that's
ናይ
over in
ባሕቂ
a flash.
ሃዲሞም ዘለዉ ናይ
You know,
ባሕቂ
you're
ፅቡቅ
8
ፀወታ ናይ ባሕቂ ስፖርታዊ
340 or something like that stage,
ምትሕብባር
and you get judged in a
ደስ
10-second
ዝብል
effort at the end, and there can only be one
ፀወታ
winner.
ኦፍኮርስ
So to be a sprinter, it's
ይመስለኒ
yeah,
ግን ናይ ባሕቂ ፅቡቅ
they
ፀወታ
are
እዮም
breathing
ተፀዊሩ
themselves, and they'll be getting G'd up now by the sports
ኣብ ኮመንት
directors.
ዝፀሓፍለይ ሎማ ዓንቲ ናይ
You know, we
ቢንያም
can
ኤልኩም
see some of
ዝፀሓፍለይ
the velo and footage and things like that from sports directors' cars that, you know, trying to get them, you know, all G'd up to try and win this sprint, because believe me, a lot of these
እስከ መን ይስዕር እስከ ሕጂ ነናትኩም ግምት እስኪ የእትውለይ መን ይስዕር ኢልኩም ግምት እስኪ እስኪ ዓርፉ ኮመንት ዝፀሓፍለይ እስከ መን ይስዕር እስኪ ካብዞም ዘለዎም
we've
ሰባት
not really looking at seeing, but into the third week of a tour, then surprises can happen. Yeah, generally speaking, when Tim Merlier wins, Jonathan Milan is second. There's a remarkable statistic around that fact, and that's the sort of frustration and the worry and the angst for Jonathan Milan. But he did manage to work the oracle, lest we forget, on stage 8, taking and ending a long victory drag for Italy that stretched back to 2019, and Vincenzo Nibali with his success. Jonathan Milan looking to double up and extend his advantage, but yeah, probably the most revered, feared, respected and admired sprinter in this peloton is, despite the fact that he's not in that green jersey, but he is in the colours of the European road race champion, Tim Merlier. Remarkable statistics, and he does have the most amazing facility for threading the eye of the needle, picking out his own sprint. His final lead-out mount, Bert van der Berge, has, along with the lead-outs for Jonathan Milan, been keeping their powder as dry as you can on a wet day like this in the Drôme region. But nonetheless, if Leberge is not quite available in the final kilometre, Merlier has so often in the past been able to figure it out for himself. Yeah, just looking at that, you know, he's a big asset. They don't need a big lead out. They need one rider to put position, because the less riders you got in the final actually is better for you for movement wise, because when you've got 3 or 4 of you, that you start to get in the way, and it's a bigger kind of juggernaut to move around, and you start missing each other. I was just looking at possibilities of, we're talking about Israel Prematic with Ackerman, but I can also see that Jake Stewart is up there, and I wouldn't be surprised if Ackerman wasn't good, and he hasn't been getting the results, then it might be right for Jake Stewart today. Let's keep an eye out for that. Jake Stewart, the British rider, Pascal Ackerman, the former German champion. Decent options, but up against the Sidon Quick-Step squad. A lot of teams also want to get involved, put the hand up and say that we believe in our man today, Arno Deli. 5th and 3rd place finishes so far from the big group finishes, which have been few in number, 4 in total, and not all of those. It's well inside 15 to go now. The gap down to a very manageable 25 seconds. This is conforming to the usual pattern. We did have a great bit of shenanigans at the first of 2 times earlier on today with the Ineos Grenadiers and Movistar squads kicking it off nicely, just to keep it amused and to keep it as challenging as possible for some of the big sprinters, both Jonathan Milan and Tim Merlier and others. Pushed out the back, but there was enough collective will behind and enough collective dispute ahead, so that was fixed, and now it's the big peloton now hounding down the long-range break. Milan on the right-hand side, Deli trying to find the place. Anna Deli for for the Lotto squad in red, Jonathan Milan, green jersey holder for the Lidl Trek team. And the one sprinter that we've barely spoken about, not just today, but in Tour de France 2025, is Biniam Girmay. Hasn't won a race for over a year. It was Tour de France July 12th last season that he took his third stage victory in this race. Third and seventh place, sorry, let me get that right. Second, sixth, and sixth so far in the 25 Tour for Biniam Girmay. It's thereabouts, but not quite happening for him, but he's difficult to rule out.
Yeah, difficult to rule out. I don't think this sprint suits him as much as maybe others. Definitely up there, maybe kind of top six. But in the way he's riding in the Tour this year, he needs it a lot harder. Needs it more selective, and it isn't going to be today. So I'm afraid that Girmay, in my book, is probably he will struggle in this type of finish today, and a top six would be probably good for him.
And talk of the merger as well with the Lotto team, it'll be interesting to see how that plays out, because it's not been confirmed, but everyone seems to think it's going to happen. But if and when it does happen, exactly which of those two teams will become the licensing authority, which will hold the license, because that then depends on the riders that have a contract through 26 and beyond. Will it be with Intermarché? Will it be with Lotto? Will you actually have a contract into next season, or will that contract be cancelled because effectively that half of the team just disappears? There's a lot to be decided, and Jonas Abrahamsson wants to retain a position out front to really start to stomp on the pedals. And clearly, I think the way things are indicating, we're having a little bit of a split in the break, and Abrahamsson showing himself to be the power in this quartet.
Yeah, I think it was always coming, wasn't it? He seems to do this a lot. He goes for everything. There's a most combat active, although it's normally done and dusted at kind of 20 kilometres to go. So, but he'll never give up. He didn't the other day, and himself and Schmitz sprinted it out for the stage one, but just over 10 kilometres to go, 21 seconds. You can see them in the background. The peloton are in control. It's this left-hand turn that they make coming up with about 8.5 kilometres to go. Then the wind is a headwind, but the wind now comes from the right-hand side, which might kind of stretch the peloton out a little.
Could make things interesting. This was the moment when Bourgadeau actually that launched one of the same. I think he spotted Abrahamsson, knew exactly what was coming. Probably has known for quite some hours now that Abrahamsson was just the strongest, but you can only do what you can do, and he quite simply couldn't hold the wheel of the big Norwegian.
No, we could. And although Bourgadeau was on the wheel, Abrahamsson is just too strong. It's as simple as that. And 10 kilometres ago, he's decided that he wants to push out, but about a kilometre and a half, 1,600 metres, we turn swing left, more of kind of crosswind. But the fact that we've got these roundabouts, the peloton will slow a little bit, but it's not going to be enough to come into the finish. It's a valiant effort, and he has been the strongest in the break.
Yeah, into a left turn, the wind will be hitting the riders across their right cheeks, and that's interesting to see whether it plays a role here. The roundabout will help to thin out and stretch this peloton ever so slightly, but only 10 kilometre to go barrier. Down the back, Thibaut Nace has done a solid job. Spent plenty of today's stage on the front of the peloton. He'll just cruise in now. And Tom Swinch and a few others to keep him company. And he'll try and retain a bit of energy and go again in days to come. Leave it up to the rest as Pache and Bourgadeau are about to be overhauled by a very energetic looking peloton at the moment. Tadej Pogacar staying close to the head of affairs.
Well, I think that was Pascal Ackermann that was on the front there for Israel Premier Tech, so I think it is going to be for Jake Stewart now.
Mindful, of course, of the potential for a little bit of crosswind. Albanese too. Several years at Pro Continental or Pro Team level. with our Airbnb hotels last year. Now with the EF Education Easy Post squad, they've had an attacking Tour de France. But he great second place finish yesterday. Got the competition award. He's had 3 of them at this year's tour, which puts him at the head of that particular list. So super competent. He is potentially on for him.
So safety first as we swing left here. Albanese with only Abrahamson in front now. So the one coming from the right-hand side. Tim Wellens at front. Pogacar in 4th place. So the GC guys just have to be super attentive here. Joe Blackmore comes to the front as well. The Londoner for Israel Premier Tech. Civicov is up there. Commanding the front of the peloton, as you say, safely in mind. 5-kilometre road, of course. They've stretched it a bit. They'll be greatly relieved on a wet day, a wet finale such as this, that once you make it in the group to the 5-kilometre point, you would get the time of that group should any difficulty arise after that in terms of a crash or a mechanical issue. Of course, if there's a split in the peloton and you're on the wrong side of the split because it just happens for organic reasons, then you do potentially lose time. So the GC contenders will still need to be mindful of that fact as riders are coming out and the pace becomes particularly demanding. And look at this, Jonas Abrahamson. He's been out front for about 160 odd kilometers at this point, and he's managing to cruise along at more than 60 kilometers per hour.
جاس بينام كي ودو طلع أملاخ حد ولا أملاخ كابيني تكون صحفي يا كومن.
There's Melissa bike squad now crowding around the tail of the UAE Team Emirates squad. Let's pick out a few more sprinters for you, just to already spoken at length about Tim Merlier for the Soudal Quickstep team. Vinian Girmay for Intermarché Wanty will be in position. Jonathan Milan has the Little Trek squad. No evidence at the moment, but they'll come back up. Simona Consoni to lead out for him. Paul Penaway we expect for Groupama FDJ. A couple of nice top 10s for him this year, the fast-moving Frenchman. Caden Groves for Alpecin de Koenig. Pretty good plan B, isn't he, after the departure of Stage 1 winner Jasper Philipsen. Alberto Dainese, one of several options really for the Tudor Pro Cycling team. They've also got Matthias Marholt for the big German, or could indeed potentially be Matteo Trentin, although big group like this, probably a little bit less likely. Team Jaco Alula, well, they've got Dylan Groenewegen. Luca Mez gets to try and escort him through the final meters of the race. Movistar team, on a good day, Ivan Garcia Cortina could potentially infiltrate the very fast sprinters in this one. For the Captain Egypt Walla Mondial, no obvious standout, but Bastien Tranchon has shown a little bit of interest in moving up. Groenewegen now is close to the head of affairs as Turbo Derbo hits the front for Jaco Alula. He's doing a good job. A bit to go. This is exceptional stuff. What a powerhouse he is. What an extraordinary man. The only man in Tour de France history who's ever put on weight to become a better bike rider, and what an effective thing it is. He already has, of course, a stage win under his wheels and under his belt. $5K to go. Leave it up to the sprinters at this point. The GC squads will disappear back into the slipstream. I don't know what a slipstream it is. I think they'll be more than happy. The GC riders now, of course, they have to stay with the peloton, but they don't have to be as far to the front. And that's why the 5-kilometre sprint zone is there, to make it a little bit safer in a run in towards this finish. Just to give an indication, I know we'll get plenty of traffic islands, roundabouts and running, but it's pretty straight all the way into 600 metres to go. You just have to watch out for these roundabouts and traffic islands. It's a drag race, and riders are starting to become a little bit more exercised. How physical is this going to get as they thunder down towards the final impediments? And these roundabouts are absolutely frightening, aren't they, at this pace? And the moto is struggling to maintain the pace through
And because it's absolutely straight, you can take the left or the right, and there's not much of a penalty. And then knit it back together again on the exit.
Well, that'll be given. That information will already be given before, and just be allowed the kind of 20 kilometres to go, just to make sure that you can go left and right at both roundabouts, and that's really, really important. But sometimes you don't get a choice. If you're on the right-hand side, you've not got a choice. You have to go around the way that the riders in front of you run round. But yeah, there's a lot of riders involved here. But I think most aggressive rider of the day, pat in the back, Abrahamsen.
Yeah, stunning effort from Jonas Abrahamsen. He'll leave it up to probably Fredheim. Stian Fredheim for the X squad. Now we're saying Bahrain victorious arriving. Phil Baz, I don't think I mentioned him. He's certainly a man to watch out for. He's got a third place finish already in Tour de France. Can he go 2 places better? 3K to go. Still Jeko Lula own it. Notable that we haven't seen too much from the Sudal Quickstep or Little Trek squads. After all their great work in the front of the peloton already today, they go back in their box and they'll try and time their reappearance at the front. Merlier is sitting in about 30th position at the moment. He's got Jonathan Milan just a few riders further back, 2 available for Milan, and he's stalking the European champion.
Yeah, there's nobody really in control. I think you look at Miesgets, it's in the front here with the purple Jeko Lula topping, but these roundabouts, so far so good, but you can go round both ways. But nobody has got full control. It's, as you can see, the colours at the front of the peloton. It's a mixed match of everybody. You get Robert Stannard there, you've got Fedorov.
أبا بيجي وان حند كان تقوى تركيلهم بمولهم حوسو سلمي يمدلو. Course نبيني أم كهم تعمل سبرينتي بنشو.
There's a few riders in that bubble at the bottom of our screen that are kind of out of position, but they do have over a kilometre to get back into position for that left-hand corner.
Yeah, they've Jeko Lula decided to use up Mezgets a little bit earlier in their rotation. That's interesting. Groenewegen perhaps going to try and pick up on the coattails of some of the other lead-out trains. Meanwhile, a bit further down the order, Merlier has put himself into a rearguard situation. Big investment here from Jonathan Milan at the centre of your screen in that green jersey, who moves up to try and ensure that he's close to Consoni. Is it? I'm not sure it's Consoni. It's actually going to be Stuyven that's going to lead out for him. Jasper Stuyven, well, Milan Sanremo winner, is going to escort the green jersey up towards the front. This is nicely timed. 1,500 metres to go. Merlier further back and flying solo at the moment, looking for Van Lerberge. I think he's about to connect up. Stewart is there as well.
Lerberge is dropped back in the right-hand side to get the European champion. That's a good lead out, making sure that you're doing your job. 1.2 to go, and it's Lotto at the front. DeLee is in a very good position, but
Damn, حدا قال وبيني
fallen like skittles there. How many were implicated? How many are still available? Well, Jordi Meijers is still available, and Anadie is on the wheel of Jonathan Milan. 700 metres to go. That's the final impediment through the final bend, and who's in prime position, able to take
تعذبتي بيني حدا أقواني فوق ودي قلهم نزاد ودي قلهم أملاخ مسؤول يكون أملاخ التحول سلامي ورد رأينا بينهم أجي جسم بالحدا
set to lead out. Is this Ballerini on the front for the Astana squad as he goes for glory? Jordi Meijers sitting second in line. Jonathan Milan ahead of Arnaud Delis. Bittner trying to recover in fourth position, but it's there nodding dog. Jonathan Milan going for glory here again. Is it going to be victory number 2 for Jonathan Milan as he cruises to the right? Who got it? Looks like Jordi Meijers to me. Let's wait for the photograph. The sensational conclusion of stage 18, and that was the sprint through that we expected of him.
I'm not يوم دحان يقدر المعجبية يحلوه يبغى نفسه كيف بدأ نلا كان يبعك كلهم عبيد تساوتين وديهم تيجي بوكاتشا وديهم
chaotic in the end, big crash. A lot of riders down and taken out of that one. Jonathan Milan gets his second victory of his first Tour de France. Jordi Meijers has to settle for second place. Tobias Lund gets third place for a picnic post NL. Arnaud Delis was there. Running towards the finish. So that's why we have a 5-kilometre rule. Got very chaotic in the end. Caden Groves was caught out as well behind the crash. A lot of these riders caught out behind. Unfortunately, there's quite a few riders involved with that crash.
Yeah, lots of riders went down. One of them who didn't go down was Tim Merlier. He managed to stay upright, came to a grinding halt. Frustration for the European champion, who shakes his head. No frustration or worry for the yellow jersey. Stayed out of trouble, stayed upright, and a few riders, including Vinny and Germain, taking a little while to get upright. The man from Intermarché wanted, unfortunately not able to go for a sprint today, just taking his time to step up, and he's got plenty of riders on the left hand side. Anyway, maybe certainly one of the Groupama FDJ riders has had a difficult conclusion.
Yeah, this was Ballerini. Jota Base was there, but Jonathan Lang, just look at the delay. I don't know what he's doing. I think he almost touched the wheel there as he comes in. Oh, not almost down there. Then that stopped him. Otherwise, I think he would have been better there. But Milan takes it pretty easily from Mears, Lunds, Delay, Albanese. Hegaway was up there in 7th place. Fedorov, Russo was also there. Very small group in the end, but
وجه السبب دي كومنت كونيلو دي او غنا ملغل زبار يتلمو ግን ኣብ ስፖርት ከምኡ ዝበሃል ነገር የለን ኩሉ ሰብ ሰሙን ተንፋስ እዮም ሒዞም ዘለዉ ማንም ሰብ ብሂወቱ ብፃወት ሰብ የለን ኮርስ ናትና ነራ ለማዓንቲ ግን ኣምላኽ ዝፈቐዶ ነገር ዝኸውን
stressful finale, but the release of emotion now for the Italian. They've waited 6 years for one victory. They're coming along.
እዚኣ ስኒ ተፀቢና እዛ ዓወት እዚ እዛ ሓጎስ እዚ ስናትና እዩ ግን ወን ሓንቲ ኩሉ ክፋድ ኣምላኽ ባይዘወይ ንመፅእ ዘሎ ዓመት ኢንተርማርሼ ተሪፋ ቢንያም ግርማይ ምስ ሎቶ ክፅርነት እዩ ዝበሃል ዘሎ ናብ ጦርኖ ናብ ሎቶ ሽየጥ እዩ ዝበሃል ዘሎ ኮርስ ዓባይ ጋንታ እያ مثل عمت بيني عابل وقتها ولهم ودي أقول له هلا وإزيابي رحلة فلو زهول قاعد ونستعين إزيابي يحلوه
obvious schedule sprint. They could turn out to be a sprint in Paris on Sunday. Don't rule that one out.
عادة يا أفريقيا وكيل نسو ويننا بهم لعنة كوت كهلا تعمل سماع.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if they need it. Or they'll happen in front of us on the landfill. And the Israel Kramer guys come down.
ويني حاوي
Tim Miller was involved there. Germain, the right hand side.
أنت أترفض عليه وندال كم دي بيلو يلكم مود الأساس.
3 riders from Israel Kramer coming down in that one.
كهادم كل يوم هلا كذا كم واحد بدون ورزا. لكامي تكونزا. أمبر ساموتي أجواني يرضى مع أنت بيني.
Great buzz for Taylor Race for Quinn Simmons and Tom Screech.
اللهم of course يدرس يبغى إن شاء الله.
Back up on his wheels and right through. Clearly has been cut and damaged, and he's got a visit to the medic after that one. Intermarché Wanty rider. We've got to find another way to get a stage success. So now quick step, all smiles. No stage victory for them, courtesy of Tim Merlier, but obviously Harry Potter still basking in the reflected glory of that one. He's still holding what he's holding his right.
لكن مو كويس همان أملاخ شايفين اللون درجة كلا عين التسعين. لا هذا يمكن إذا كنت كان تتعب بيرم يمكن بيرم شعرهم ولا ما أنت. بالله يعني أملاخ
And the only certainty about that sprint was that someone was going to come down. It really was a treacherous finale on roads made thunderstorms and showers.
Yeah, I'm just looking at this again. This sprint, it looks like the Groupama rider. I think it was maybe
شرار يوسف بيامانة إجيتو وديوس تجان تيجيون لجنا سكين خصوص إزاي لكيم وانا لك فترة يجي يسألك أو سناد.
Yeah, it was. 3 time was just behind them. They were both just behind Milan. A movement to the right hand side from this rider caused the incident. So the Groupama rider there just moved to the right hand side, tangled with Bittner. 2 of them came down, whether it was a tangle of handlebars or something.
Yeah, you got to worry for Billiam Garmai here. He's really holding that right arm gingerly. I'm not sure whether it's a hand, wrist, or shoulder problem there, but the train clearly in difficulty. Glory for Jonathan Milan. It's a second stage victory of Tour de France 2025. Ahead of Jori Meus, Tobias Lund gets up for third. Dali, Ballerini, Dainese, Benoit Federer, rounding out the top 10. Little Trek delivering another great victory. Wow. Let's get a look at the final moments again. Ballerini finds himself in front and launches for the line. Would have felt vulnerable at this moment. The Arnaud Dali moment was just sort of like they were out of sync, out of rhythm. Dali just rolling towards the back wheel of Jonathan Milan at a moment when I think he probably would have been minded to be coming off the back wheel. So just felt a little bit clumsy, but nonetheless he stayed upright and got fourth on the day. But Trek absolutely thrilled with that one, perfectly delivered, involved in everything, hugely motivated, controlled throughout the day. AbisPICTURES did a fabulous job as well. Belgian rider leading Jonathan Milan into the final moments, and Milan able to secure. Let's hear from AbisPICTURES.
Jonathan Milan ናይ ግሪን አትሌት ማለት ይወሲድዋ ማለት ጀሙዳ ጥራይ ዘድልዮም
teamwork, second win for you guys.
ነጥብ ናይ ዳርጋና ክልተኝነት ነጥብ ይፈልይዎም አሉ አጂ በቃ አትሌቱ ማለት ጆናታን ሚላን ብድሕር እዚኣ መወዳእታ ሓንቲ መዓልቲ አይደለም በር ካሊ
They didn't make it easy for us, but I think we moved on the right time, and then I saw the crash just happening, and I said in the radio that we were going to sprint with 10 guys or 15 guys, so that also changed it a lot with guys coming from behind. So Johnny didn't really need to push too much; he could wait, and just was nice. He trusted me today, and I put him there, and I also made a move. I knew I couldn't do the lead out anymore, but I put him in the wheel with Jordi, and I think he did perfect.
That looked very tense, and on the final 10K looked very, very nervous.
Oh yeah, it was. I think like I said with the rain, it was not getting easier, but it's a nice one.
Especially after a little bit of criticism yesterday, a tough couple of days, but to win again, you've clearly got such a strong, unified team.
Yeah, I think it's exactly what you say, and I think today we were one unit, all committed to the goal and committed to the work, share the work, and then it paid off.
Enjoy tonight. Well done.
Thank you.
Well, some delight there for AbisPICTURES, directed towards this man who has executed all of their hard work. The most important thing for Jonathan Milan, on top of picking up a second Tour de France stage win today, will be that he has now extended his advantage over today Pogacar to 72 points today. That's just being confirmed now at the finish
relativement clément et donc c'est arrivé sous la pluie pendant les 40 derniers
Well, he really missed out today in a big way was Tim Merlier, got stuck behind the crash. So let's go and see his reaction at the end of the stage.
Tim, tell us about the final and the crash. What happened from your point of view?
I don't know. Last 25 kilos were really fast. Yes, I think I did a mistake. Took one roundabout on the wrong side and I lost a lot of positions. And then I know I need to move up. The moment I want to move up, you crash. Then I got my bicycle side cross before and took me up the bike. Luckily, I saved myself.
There was you said this morning this could be the last opportunity. How big a blow is this? Because you were looking really good today, Tim.
So it was quite okay, but Only 2 times I can't do my sprint here. That's a bit of a shame because I was coming for more, but there are not a lot of opportunities, and I missed like three opportunities to sprint. That only two. The 2 times I didn't sprint, I take them. So I'm disappointed about today because yeah, it was for me the last opportunity. But yeah, in the end, I'm happy I stay on the bike.
A bit of sweet emotions there for Tim Merlier, really. Let's take a look back. So he'd gone the right-hand side round, one of the penultimate roundabouts, which was slightly longer. And as a consequence, he was having to catch up a lot more time. Approaching there, and that's where the touch happened. And Tim Merlier, with his cyclocross skills, managed to stay upright. Not good for William Gamay. He doesn't look happy at all as he comes across the line.
عامل بعلى خبز زخف كان زاخل وين عامس بس تحطوي لاقي نزيد هاري مغلي سبرنت سير.
Overall then, absolutely no change in the top 10. Everyone retaining the same time, everyone retaining the same position.
أنا أجي سؤال حنت تغير يلا. تيجي بوكاتشيو جوناس فينجر سالو فيليبو.
Well, now let's go and hear from Davide Ballerini.
Davide Ballerini, chaotic sprint there, particularly into that final kilometre with the crash. Just talk me through the final.
The team did a really fantastic job, especially Fedorov. I hear the crash. I think Mike was a bit behind the crash, and then he cannot help me, but he was in a perfect position. I tried to anticipate, but yeah, with this guy, I cannot do anything.
Was it a bit touch and go whether you could catch the breakaway once it started to rain heavily and you had the headwind and it was quite chaotic? At one point, you know, still with 20 Ks to go, the gap was at 1 minute, but it wasn't budging.
Everybody know Abramson is really, really strong guys. I know, especially when he was the other day in the breakaway. So even with the rain, it's always difficult. But yeah, at the end, we catch him.
Thanks a lot, Davide.
Well, a great sprint, but also saying that he just can't compete when it comes to Jonathan Milan, pace-wise. Great efforts from so many riders there. Jordi Meus coming through. And Tobias Lund Anderson, so with a really
que la dernière interviendra 6 km de l'arrivée. Est-ce que Jonathan Milan sera aux côtés des Tadej Pogacar et
great efforts, and
mais il était important d'assurer le coup cet après-midi. Mission complètement accomplie de la part de Jonathan Milan. Avec cette deuxième victoire d'étape, et donc c'est 50
so Tadej Pogacar remains in possession of 2 of the jerseys, the yellow jersey and the maillot à pois. Jonathan Milan is in green, and Florian Lipovitz goes into the white jersey. Kenton Paché is the most combative rider of the day and the winner of the stage. Jonathan Milan, his second stage win of this year's Tour. Let's go and hear from the stage winner then.
Jonathan Milan, congratulations. After surviving the Pyrenees, after surviving Mont Ventoux, what a great reward I suppose it must be to win here in Valence.
Oh, you know, I think I'm really happy and without words I have to say.
ክቡራት ተኸታተልቲ ሎማዓንቲ ዳልናኩም ዘለና መደባት ወዲና ኣለና ፅባሕ ብዙሓት ኣማሓይሽና ብዝሓሸ መንገዲ ክንኣብ ሰዓትና ኣለና ናይ ፅባሕ ሰብ ይበለና እንዳበልና ሎማዓንቲ መደብና ኣብዚ ወዲና ኣለና ብሚሕር ሕርቃን ነዚ ንኽርኢ ዓቕሊ ስለ ዘይገበርኩ ዝያረት ኣግበርሉ ንስኹም እውን ከማ ኢኹም
Today was a really tough stage, you know, I mean, tough. We controlled it from the beginning, of course with the help of some other teams.